Chapter 4209. Startled, he stumbled backward and fell to the ground. His eyes widened as he watched the woman turn into a monster and lunge at him. Her sharp claws were aimed at his heart. At that moment, he wanted to move, but his hands and feet would not listen to him. He could not muster any strength and could only watch helplessly. Whoosh! A sharp sword cheese slashed through the air and hit the monster's shoulder, chopping off its hand. The monster roared, its sharp and ear-piercing voice resounding in the forest, echoing into the distance. After a while, the surrounding trees rustled in the wind, as if something was shuttling through the trees and shaking the leaves. It sounded like a howl with a hint of sharpness and chaos. It came from afar and came closer. As the sound came closer, the aura in the air also changed. What are you waiting for? Stand up. Fengjiu, who came out of nowhere, glanced at Wang Yu on the ground, then looked away and glanced around. He said, "Don't you want to practice? You can practice with these." Wang Yu's face turned pale. She asked, "What are these?" It was a woman just now. How could she? These are 1,000 illusion monkeys, also known as human-face monsters. They're good at imitating humans and transforming into humans to hunt and kill prey. Fengjiu glanced at her and said, "They like to eat people's hearts the most. You saw through it just now?" Wang Yu asked, feeling a lingering fear. It was a woman, but who knew that it was a monster? This can be considered as your first lesson. Remember this lesson, especially in this forest. Don't pretend to be a good person. Fengjiu said lightly. Watching Lung Shuang deal with the 1,000 illusion monkeys, he called, "Lung Shuang, come back. Let him practice." Lung Shuang quietly retreated. Because the 1,000 illusion monkeys were afraid of them, they immediately changed their target and attacked Wang Yu. Wang Yu was shocked and immediately braced herself to deal with them. However, she had not recovered from the shock, and soon there were more than a dozen wounds on her body. Seeing that she could not resist alone, Fengjiu shook his head and said, "Go." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and rushed forward to help. Not long after, the dozen or so 1,000 illusion monkeys died under her sword. Only 1 or 2 escaped in a sorry state. Wang Yu panted and sat down against a tree. She looked at Fengjiu and Lung Shuang and said, "Thank you for saving me. The more dangerous the forest is, the more monsters and fierce beasts there are. Some of them are even ones you have never seen before. So, the first thing you have to do here is to be alert. In addition to being careful, there's another thing. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." Fengjiu said lightly. She stepped forward and said, "Let's go. This is not the real danger yet." Wang Yu stood up with lingering fear. Seeing that the two had walked ahead, she immediately adjusted her mood and quickly followed. Behind them, she could not help but ask, "Have you encountered this kind of monster before?" "Yes." Chapter 4210. Hearing what she said, Wang Yu could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Indeed, his state of mind and reaction were far inferior to theirs. If he was calm enough, he would not put himself in danger. He walked beside the two of them, silently reminding himself that he must not make such a mistake again. There was a rustling sound around, which made Wang Yu alert. He walked quickly to Fengjiu and said, "There seems to be some movement." Fengjiu glanced around, and her eyes fell on one place, saying, "Well, there's a ferocious beast." Listening to her indifferent voice, Wang Yu's heart was in his throat. He held the sword at his waist with one hand and asked, "Is that a fight or an escape?" Fengjiu smiled and glanced at him, saying, "You fight, and we watch. Today's meat is all on you." "I know," Wang Yu replied, knowing that she wanted him to gain experience. So she said, "That tree is high. You go to the tree and rest." "Let's go," Fengjiu said to Lung Shuang. He tiptoed, jumped to the tree, and sat down on a branch. Lung Shuang also followed him to the tree. She did not find a place to sit, but stood beside Fengjiu holding the tree. "It seems that we are lucky today." Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and looked at the half-a-man tall beast pig with thick black hair. He raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "Ow!" A beast pig with 2 curved teeth in its mouth rushed out with a howl and pounced on Wang Yu. Just then, Another beast pig rushed out of the weeds behind Wang Yu. As the two beast pigs ran, the weeds on the ground were flattened. Each of them weighed about 150 kilograms, so the force of the collision was extraordinary. Wang Yu slashed forward with the sword in his hand, but found that when the blade fell on the beast pig, it made a clanging sound and sparks spurted out. The shock force shook him back a few steps. Ow! One of the beast pigs rushed forward toward Wang Yu, but after being dodged by him, it hit a big tree. With a bang, two deep marks appeared on the trunk of the big tree. Its reaction speed was not slow either. Seeing that it could not hit Wang Yu, it immediately turned back to attack again. The two beast pigs attacked Wang Yu from the front and the back. Because Wang Yu's sword could not hurt them at all, Wang Yu retreated step by step and was very embarrassed. Feng Jiu just watched and did not take action. He saw that Wang Yu was overturned by one of the beast pigs, rolled on the flattened grass, and quickly jumped up. The sword in his hand was stepped on by one of the beast pigs. He immediately took out a dagger and pounced on it with a growl. He threw himself in front of one of the beast pigs, one hand grabbing its curved fangs, the other hand raising the dagger and stabbing towards its abdomen. Hiss! A mournful and hoarse squeal that sounded like a pig being slaughtered fiercely rang out. The beast pig that was still struggling suddenly knelt down with its front hooves. Its entire body fell onto the grass. Its mouth opened and closed as if it was gasping for air. Blood gushed out from its abdomen and quickly dyed its body red. Seeing this, Feng Jiu raised the corners of his mouth and said, "You are not too stupid. You know that the beast pig's weakness is in its abdomen." Chapter 42:11. With the first success, it was much easier for Wang Yulai to kill the second boar. He used the same method to kill the second boar. Looking at the two ferocious beasts lying on the ground, he gasped, wiped his sweat, and looked up at the Feng Jiu in the tree. "Ghost Doctor, are we going to roast them?" Feng Jiu smiled and nodded. "Yes, roast them. Roast them all and eat them on the way." "Well, I'll go and pick up the branches." He exhaled softly and dragged the two ferocious beasts aside. Then he went around to pick up some dry branches, lit a fire in an open space, and set up a fire. However, looking at the two huge, ferocious beasts, he was a little powerless. In the past, it was his subordinates who did these things. He didn't know anything about dealing with ferocious beasts. He couldn't help but look at the Feng Jiu in the tree. "Ghost Doctor, how do we do this?" Seeing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. "You don't know how? I didn't do it before. I just roasted meat, but I didn't deal with it." He was a little embarrassed to say this. "Lung Shuang, go down and teach him. Just tell him and let him learn." Feng Jiu said, motioned, and lay down on the tree with his hands on his chest, planning to sleep for a while. Lung Shuang flew over, came to his side, and said, "Let's see if there's a water source nearby." "Okay," Wang Yu responded. After looking around and finding a water source, she quickly ran back and told Lung Shuang. Finally, under her guidance, he cleaned up the two ferocious beasts alone. He put the meat on the rack to roast. At this time, there was a leisurely rest time. He asked, "Do you often go to the forest to practice? I think you are very familiar with the way of survival here." "Yes." Lung Shuang was a woman of few words, but since he asked, she answered. Wang Yu was busy under the tree. When he saw the roast meat dripping with oil and exuding the aroma of meat, he cut a piece and tasted it. He felt that it tasted good, so he cut another piece and gave it to Lung Shuang. "It's done. Have a taste." Lung Shuang gave it a try and said, "Yes." As she spoke, she raised her head and her gaze fell on Feng Jiu. Seeing that her eyes were closed, she called out, "Mistress, the meat is ready. Do you want to eat some?" The Feng Jiu in the tree had actually woken up when the aroma of the meat spread. When it heard Lung Shuang's words, it sat down and jumped down from the tree, landing steadily beside Lung Shuang. Lung Shuang saw the smile, cut a piece of meat, and handed it to it. "Mistress, have a taste." Feng Jiu sat on the wood under the tree, smelling the roast meat, and then tore some to eat. He said to Wang Yu, "Good cooking. We'll rely on you for our food on the way." "Okay," Wang Yu responded with a smile, and also cut a large piece to eat to replenish the strength consumed. After eating the roast meat, The three continued on their way. It could be said that the pause was very short. Along the way, except for some ferocious beasts, they did not meet half a person. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had improved rapidly along the way. Chapter 42:12. Children were always so innocent and beautiful. However, they did not know what Feng Jiao was doing at this moment. She had been gone for so long. Not only did the children miss her, but he also missed her. His longing for her deepened. He looked at the sky, and it was as if the person he was longing for was smiling at him amidst the white clouds. Dad, 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 thought a childish voice sounded softly and pulled Xinyuan Mo's back from his daze. When he came back to his senses, he saw the two children with open arms and innocent smiles on their pink little faces. They walked step by step unsteadily towards him. There was still a distance between them, but the little guys directly pounced on him. He was so frightened that he quickly reached out to catch them. The two children pounced on him and rubbed against him. They giggled as if they were having a lot of fun. They tried to climb onto his lap, but could not climb up. In the end, they stretched out their hands and shouted, "Hug, Dad, hug. Come, Dad will carry you up." He rubbed the two children's heads lovingly and reached out to carry them up to sit on his lap. Huilang walked in from outside and saw Xinyuan Mo's sitting in the courtyard with the two children. He asked, "Master, do you want to take the two little masters out for a walk today? To watch the fun?" "No, let them play in the manor," Xinyuan Mo said. He paused and asked again, "Is there any news about a Jew?" Huilang was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "No, Madam did not contact us." Even Fan Lin and the rest did not have any news about Madam. As soon as he finished speaking, he thought for a moment and asked, "Is Master worried about Madam? Do you want me to ask the servants to find out?" She did not send any news back. She should be fine. There's no need to ask. Xinyuan Mose looked at the two children in his arms and said, "If she finds them, she will come back earlier." However, even he did not know when she would come back. Not being able to wait for her return, he was even more worried that something would happen to the two children before she returned. Qin Xian and Bai Qingqing came in. They bowed to Xinyuan Mose and said, "Yama Lord, we'll take the little master to the front to play. We'll feed them some food later." "Okay, go ahead," Xinyuan Mose responded and gestured for the two of them to come forward and carry the two children. After receiving the two children, the two of them left. Xinyuan Mose waved his hand and motioned for Huilang to leave. She carried the children to the front yard. Leng Hua and the others were also there. When they saw the two children, they smiled and took the children over, playing with them. "Little Yu, take a look at what I brought for you." Luo Yu's eyes narrowed as he smiled and took out a small plaything from his bosom. "There's one here too. Little Chun'er, look, this is for you." He took out another one and handed it to little Chun'er, who was being held by Qin Xian. "Go to grass. Even if the little masters fall down, they won't feel pain." Qin said as she carried the child to the grass on the side. The few of them followed and spread a large piece of cloth on the grass. Then they put the children down and let them crawl around and play with their toys. Chapter 42:13. The Yama Lord didn't let us use the communication jade token. They haven't sent us any news, so we don't know how they are doing. The Yama Lord is worried that the Master will be distracted. I guess the one who misses the Master the most is the Yama Lord. Luo Yu sighed and said, "Since the Master left, the Yama Lord looked the same as usual. However, we can still see from his expression that if he wasn't worried about the two little masters, the Yama Lord wouldn't stay here to guard them. It's a pity that the two little masters are still young. Otherwise, we can take them with us to find the master. They are too young. It would be better if they were older. If they go to the forest, the humidity is too high and they will easily get sick." Fan Lin looked at the two giggling children and said, "Now, we can only hope that the master can find an ancient mythical beast for the two little masters to contract as soon as possible." In this mansion, it was quiet and secluded, sometimes accompanied by the children's pure laughter. On the other side, in the Cyan Demon Forest, there was a lot of danger after night fell. Sitting by the fire, Wang Yu asked, "Ghost Doctor, should we put out the fire? I'm worried that the fire at night will attract the ferocious beasts." The vision at night was not very good. Compared with the ferocious beasts, they couldn't see clearly. However, the fire was extremely dazzling, almost telling the ferocious beasts that they were here. Don't worry. Have a good rest tonight. No ferocious beasts will come near, Fengjiu said and patted the Tun Yun in his arms. Hearing her words, although he didn't believe it, he had no choice but to watch the surroundings vigilantly. If there was any movement, he would check it out. Fengjiu leaned against the tree and fell asleep. The Tun Yun in his arms was lying lazily. It glanced around, stretched, and continued to lie in Fengjiu's arms. Lung Shuang rested by the fire. She planned to keep watch at night, but after hearing the master's order, she fell asleep by the fire as if she didn't worry about the danger at all. Wang Yu didn't know that Fengjiu had left the aura of the ancient mythical beast around here. Even if the ferocious beasts were ferocious, they didn't dare to come close to this side. Therefore, they stayed far away, lurking and staring at Wang Yu and Fengjiu by the fire with bloodthirsty eyes. Although he was vigilant, there was no movement in the first half of the night. In the second half of the night, Wang Yu fell asleep in a daze. It was not until the next morning, when the first ray of sunlight fell, that he found that Feng Nine and Lung Shuang had already woken up and were sitting aside looking at him. At that moment, he hurriedly jumped up. Sorry, I was too tired last night and fell asleep. Get ready. We have to go on. There are a lot of ferocious beasts ahead, Fengjiu said faintly. Hearing this, Wang Yu cheered up. After answering, he casually ate something and followed them into the depths. However, after walking for a while, his whole body tensed up. Ghost Doctor, those ferocious beasts are following us, Wang Yu said and glanced around. He saw 20 or 30 ferocious beasts of all kinds. The bloodthirsty aura emitted from the ferocious beasts frightened Wang Yu. When the hell did this thing come? Why don't they attack us? Chapter 42:14. Hearing this, Wang Yu was stunned for a moment and could not help looking back. At this time, Lung Shuang explained to him, my master's contract beast is an ancient mythical beast. As long as she releases the ancient pressure, ordinary ferocious beasts will not dare to approach. The implication was to tell him why the 20 or 30 ferocious beasts stared at them but did not attack them last night. Lung Shuang and I are not strong enough to do this kind of training. You can have the opportunity. Fengjiu smiled and looked at Wang Yu, saying, you don't have many opportunities to practice. Don't miss this opportunity. Yes, I know. He knew that with their strength, there was no need for them to train. It was already very rare for them to be willing to bring him along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to train in this place. After a pause, he asked, Ghost Doctor, do we need to deal with those ferocious beasts? In fact, he felt that it was almost impossible for him to deal with the 20 or 30 ferocious beasts by himself. He was not strong enough to do that. No, what you need to do today is to keep up with us, Fengjiu said and walked forward. Lung Shuang saw this and followed her. Seeing this, Wang Yu, who was behind them, immediately calmed down and tried to catch up with them. However, when he caught up with them, he found that their speed had increased a lot, at least much faster than yesterday. He almost tried his best to follow them, but was still about 10 meters behind them. On the other side, Du Fan took Yi Fei to practice in the forest, which was much easier than Wang Yu's. At this time, the two were resting under a tree. Yi Fei was wearing a set of black clothes. This was the clothes that he had taken off before he set off, and he changed into it when he arrived here. The black clothes and skirt were less cumbersome. It was more convenient for him to move around. It was more suitable for the clothes in the forest. Today, we will choose higher-level ferocious beasts to practice. You are familiar with martial arts and cultivation methods, but you still lack experience. Take this opportunity to practice. Du Fan looked at Yi Fei and said, Okay, Brother Du, I will work hard. She responded. Taking advantage of the rest time, she closed her eyes and sat cross-legged to adjust her breathing. At the same time, she practiced the attack techniques he taught her in her mind. Seeing this, Du Fan stood up and looked around. He then looked up at the sky. After a while, he asked her to follow him, and the two of them continued walking. After walking for some distance, Yi Fei looked at the ground under his feet and then looked ahead. He was slightly surprised and said, Big Brother Du, There are footprints on the ground, and there seems to be someone talking in front. Are we going to front? Yes, Du Fan replied, and walked forward with light steps. As she walked further and further away, she could faintly hear the rough voice. Yi Fei looked ahead and saw that it was a group of mercenaries. They were all wearing the same mercenary uniform, and some of them were bare-armed, revealing the messy old and new wounds on their bodies. Some of them had scars on their faces and looked very fierce. They sat in a circle, eating large pieces of beast meat in their hands. Perhaps they noticed the movement, so they quickly grabbed their swords and stood up, staring at the newcomers vigilantly. Who are you? Chapter 42:15. Du Fan's gaze swept across them. After secretly sizing them up, he cupped his hands and smiled. Hello, everyone. We are loose cultivators who are training in this forest. When we saw someone, we thought of coming over to take a look. Loose cultivators? The man who spoke stared at the two of them and sneered. Aren't you a little too bold? You dare to come here with just the two of you? Don't you know what this place is? Furthermore, I reckon that you're stronger than the rest, but this lady is so weak. How dare she come here? Are you courting death? Du Fan smiled and said, Actually, I wanted to ask you about the ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox in the Azure Demon Forest. Is that true? You should be more familiar with the Azure Demon Forest. Have you heard of it or seen it before? Ha 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 ha. So you're here for the ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox. One of the men raised his head and laughed. Then, he stopped laughing and looked at Du Fan. Your appetite is not small. You're actually here for the ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox. However, I advise you not to waste your time. That ancient mythical beast is not something that anyone can see just because they want to. Let's not talk about you. Even we, who frequent the Azure Demon Forest, have never seen the ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox. Another mercenary said with a smile, That's a mythical existence. Even if there is one, it would be in the depths. This place is far from the depths. How could an ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox appear here? Hearing this, Du Fan cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you for the information. We'll take our leave first. As he spoke, he was about to walk forward with Yi Fei. At this moment, a mercenary called out to them. Hey, young man over there, I advise you to change your direction and go in another direction. You can't go forward. Hearing this, Du Fan stopped and asked, Why can't we go forward? The mercenary glanced at Du Fan and Yi Fei before saying, The area ahead is the Azure Wolf Mercenaries' area of activity. Those people only know how to rob. If you go there, you might not be able to return alive. He reminded them. He thought that they would turn back or change directions, but he didn't expect that the man would smile and thank him before continuing to walk forward with the woman. These two are really not afraid of death, the mercenary said and shook his head. Seeing that they were not afraid of death, he did not want to poke his nose into their business. Come, let's eat meat, they shouted, not paying attention to Du Fan, and continued to eat. As they walked forward, Yi Fei was a little worried. Big Brother Du, those mercenaries said that there are people from the Green Wolf mercenary group up ahead. Do you think we'll meet them? Du Fan smiled, turned around to look at her, and said, Aren't you here to gain experience? Scared? It's fine if you don't run into them, but if you do, you can use them as practice. Me? Can I do it? She said uncertainly. She could take on a mercenary group alone? That was not possible. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you be in danger. However, in that kind of battle, it's the fastest way to improve your strength. Moreover, if we kill them, other than harming them, all their valuables will be ours. Chapter 42:16. Thinking back to when they were training, Du Fan smiled and said, We suffered a lot, much more than you are now. We often encountered those robbing mercenaries in the training forest. After we got rid of them, we also gained a lot of good things. Du Fan told her about his past training with Fengjiu as they walked. They did not see many beasts, nor did they meet the Green Wolf mercenary group. They found a place to rest when the sky darkened. Under the night sky, the bonfire burned. The branches crackled in the flames, and the sounds of insects and beasts could be heard. Yi Fei rested by the bonfire. With Du Fan by her side, she slept peacefully. However, she was startled awake when she heard the faint sound of swords clashing in the night. What's wrong? Du Fan looked at her and asked. I heard the sound of swords clashing and screams. As Yi Fei spoke, he stood up and looked around, but he couldn't tell where the sound came from. Du Fan poked at the bonfire with a branch and did not pay attention to it. He only said, there is no lack of killing in this place. Every day, the law of the jungle is played out. Whether it is man against man, beast against beast, or man against beast, only the strong can survive. The weak can only be killed. Yi Fei bit her lip and looked at him. Big brother Du, are we not going to take a look? What can we do if we take a look? Can you save them? Du Fan asked and looked up at her. Yi Fei lowered her head and did not speak. With her strength, she could not save anyone. Du Fan stood up and said, so you have to work hard to cultivate and become stronger. When you are as strong as us one day, if you want to save someone, you don't have to ask for my permission. You can save them yourself. As he spoke, he walked into the night sky. Let's go. Yi Fei was overjoyed when she saw this and quickly followed him. She knew that Big Brother Du was only stubborn with his words, but he had a good heart. The two of them pushed aside the weeds and trees and only stopped when they saw the scene in front of them. There were more than 20 corpses on the ground, and 3 young men and 2 young women were tied up. In addition, 2 middle-aged men were also tied up. Because of the cover of the night, they were not discovered by those people standing behind the trees. Therefore, they also sized up those people. Big Brother Du, are these the Green Wolves mercenaries that the mercenary from before mentioned? Yi Fei asked in a low voice. Judging from their clothes and armbands, it should be them, Du Fan replied, then continued. The ones who were captured should be the people from the clan who came to gain experience. The 2 middle-aged men are not weak either, but they were drugged and did not have the strength to resist. The young boy and girl who were tied up should be the disciples of those clans. Yi Fei looked and asked in confusion, why didn't those mercenaries kill them? For people like them, some mercenaries will capture people with status like them and ask for their families to pay a ransom. They can make a fortune out of it. Du Fan looked at those mercenaries and saw that there were more than 40 of them. In his opinion, their strength was not much, but they could be used by Fei to practice. Chapter 42:17. Yi Fei was startled by the sudden push and instinctively cried out. However, he quickly adjusted himself as he flew out. His spiritual power surged as he drew his sword and attacked one of the mercenaries. The sudden exclamation startled those people. The mercenaries shouted, "Who is it?" But they only saw a woman in a tight suit rush out, her long sword stabbing towards them. The nearest mercenary saw that it was a woman and couldn't help but sneer. So, it's a woman. Could it be a fish that slipped through the net? I'll take care of it. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure rushed towards Yi Fei. During this period of time, Yi Fei had been practicing martial arts and mental cultivation methods. Many of his attacks had almost become instinctive. Therefore, when he saw the mercenary attacking, Yi Fei turned the sharp sword in his hand, and a sword flower immediately shot out. Xiao. Several cold sword chi flew towards the mercenary. The speed was so fast that the mercenary was a little overwhelmed. However, the mercenary had the advantage of being stronger than Yi Fei and had quick reflexes. He immediately turned his body to the side and rolled on the ground before jumping up again. Feeling a slight pain on his face, he wiped it with his hand. When he saw the blood on his fingers, his aura suddenly became ruthless and gloomy. Bitch, see if I don't kill you. The mercenary angrily cursed. He took out the large knife at his waist and quickly slashed at Yi Fei. Seeing the blade coming at him, Yi Fei quickly dodged. The sharp sword in his hand turned and pierced through the opponent's shoulder at a speed that was too fast for one's ears to hear. Hiss! The mercenary hissed and swung the large knife in his hand upwards. At the same time, he lifted his leg and kicked Yi Fei away. You're courting death. Bang! With a bloodthirsty roar, his foot landed on Yi Fei's abdomen. With a bang, Yi Fei's entire body was thrown back several meters. At this time, the mercenary covered his bleeding wound with one hand and walked forward with a ferocious face. Old 10, this little girl is hot enough. Her looks are also pretty, and her figure is also not bad. Let's keep her for a while before killing her." A mercenary shouted, telling him not to kill Yi Fei yet. Hearing those words, the mercenary who was about to swing his sword retracted his hand and sheathed the sword at his waist. He stepped forward and grabbed Yi Fei's collar with one hand and pulled her up from the ground, raising his other hand to slap her face. "Bitch, you dare to hurt me? I'll cripple you." Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the woman who was lifted by him throw his hand behind her. When he turned around, before he could react, the sharp dagger had already slit his throat. Blood spurted out like a fountain. His eyes were wide open as he stood there stiffly. His face was filled with unwillingness. Bang! Yi Fei pushed the man away, and the corpse fell to the ground. Only then did the surrounding people react and exclaim, "Old 10! Kill that woman! Kill her!" Several figures rushed forward. The sharp blades in their hands were filled with killing intent as they attacked Yi Fei. Yi Fei turned around and put the dagger back into his boots. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pick up the long sword on the ground and quickly face the attacks. Chapter 42:18. He did not make a move. Instead, he watched her exchange blows with those mercenaries. Gradually, her physical strength could not keep up, and her attack speed also slowed down. Once her speed slowed down, in the blink of an eye, her body was cut several times by the other party's swords and sabers. Yi Fei only felt pain when the swords cut through her clothes. Her black clothes were cut open, revealing a defensive garment underneath. Because of the defensive garment, even when the swords cut through her body, she wasn't injured. One of the mercenaries saw this and narrowed his eyes. The large sword in his hand slashed towards her neck, his sinister voice filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. "Die!" As his voice fell, his broadsword also chopped down. Because Yi Fei had blocked the attacks of the other mercenaries, in addition to the battle, she had used up a lot of her physical strength. At this moment, she was exhausted. When she turned back to look, she could only see the large sword descending, but she couldn't avoid it. It was also at this moment that Du Fan, who was hiding in the dark, flashed out from behind the trees. With an extremely fast speed, he grabbed Yi Fei's waist. At the same time, he waved the fan in his hand, and a strong wind accompanied by pressure attacked, sending the few mercenaries flying. Bang! Bang bang! Ah! The sound of bodies crashing to the ground was accompanied by their screams. In the night, the man who suddenly appeared gave them a fright. They thought that there was still an ambush in the dark. In an instant, dozens of mercenaries were on high alert. "There's still an ambush. Everyone be careful." Du Fan hugged Yi Fei and stabilized her body before letting her go. He looked at the mercenaries and said to Yi Fei, who was beside him, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his feet and his figure rushed out like a ghost. The fan in his hand opened with a swoosh and he attacked the mercenaries. Hiss! Ah! His actions were extremely fast, and the moment he attacked, the fan in his hand was aimed at the mercenaries' fatal spots. Those mercenaries didn't even have time to react before they died under his fan. Wherever he passed, the ground would be filled with corpses, and the thick smell of blood would spread in the air with the night wind. Du Fan was like an Azura reaping the lives of those mercenaries. Those mercenaries who possessed decent strength simply didn't have the slightest ability to resist. All of them were like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Yi Fei's eyes lit up as she watched. Du Fan's speed was extremely fast. That footwork and attack style were all taught to her by him. However, even if she was familiar with it, she was not proficient enough to use it as freely as him. She couldn't help but smile as she watched the mercenaries die one by one without being able to put up any resistance. Big Brother Du's so powerful. He's so strong. The people who were tied up were stunned, especially when they saw Du Fan kill those mercenaries alone. They were so shocked that their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. The fan slashed the last mercenary's throat. Seeing the mercenary die with his eyes wide open, Du Fan narrowed his eyes and put away the fan in his hand. He turned to look at Yi Fei and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" "I saw it clearly." Chapter 42:19. Although he had seen it clearly, it would be difficult for him to do what he had done. Clean up the spoils of war. Du Fan said as he glanced at the corpses. Okay, Yi Fei replied as he kept his long sword and quickly cleaned up the area. In fact, he was just collecting all the valuable items from the mercenaries. Thank you for saving us. The two tied-up middle-aged men were the first to regain their senses and hurriedly thanked him. Du Fan glanced at them and waved his hand. A wind blade slashed across and cut the ropes that bound them. He said, "You can leave on your own." When the two of them regained their freedom, they hurriedly untied the ropes on the few juniors. Hearing Du Fan's words, the two middle-aged men looked worried. "Sir, can you let us follow you for the night? We have been drugged and have lost all our spiritual energy. The juniors are weak, and our fellow tribesmen are all dead. If you leave now, I'm afraid that we won't be able to survive the night." Du Fan stood there and gently tapped the fan in his hand. He didn't say anything and only watched as Yi Fei searched the mercenaries' belongings. Seeing that he didn't say anything, those people didn't dare to say anything and just stood there watching. Only after Yi Fei had collected all the valuable items from the mercenaries did he come to Du Fan's side and said, "Big brother Du, I just took a look. These mercenaries have quite a lot of valuable items on them." That. One of the young girls looked at Yi Fei and then looked at Du Fan. She whispered, "Our things were stolen by the mercenaries. Can you return them to us?" Little 16, the middle-aged man shouted and warned her with his eyes. Their belongings were indeed stolen by the mercenaries, but they didn't dare to ask the two of them to return their belongings. After all, if the two of them didn't appear, they might not even be alive right now. I was just thinking that if we didn't have those things, we might not be able to walk out of this forest alive. The young girl whispered, but didn't dare to say anything else. She just lowered her head. Hearing this, Yi Fei glanced at Du Fan and asked, "Brother Du, what do you think?" "I'll leave it to you," Du Fan said. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled and said, "Then I'll return their things to them. As for the others, we'll keep them." After all, they weren't the kind of people who specialized in snatching things. Returning their things to them wasn't a big loss for them. Seeing this, Du Fan smiled and nodded. Thus, Yi Fei took out the cosmos bags and spatial rings that he had collected and placed them on the ground. He said, "Come over and identify which one is yours." Hearing this, the two middle-aged men and the youths and young girls were stunned. They didn't expect that they would be willing to return the items to them. For a moment, they hesitated. "Hurry up," Yi Fei shouted. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, they stepped forward and bowed to the two of them. They said, "Thank you very much." As they spoke, they pointed out their things and told them what was inside. Yi Fei opened it and looked. After confirming that it was as they said, he returned the items to them. Chapter 42:20. Under Du Fan's lead, the group of people left the area filled with the smell of blood and sat down to rest under a tree. Because the surroundings were dark and unsafe, they did not pick up branches to start a fire and instead sat down to warm themselves. "Big brother Du, this defensive suit is really useful. Look at the few cuts on my clothes, but there is no blood." Yi Fei, who was sitting beside Du Fan, said as she pulled on her clothes. "There are only a few cuts, but there was no physical injury." A smile appeared on Du Fan's face as he said, "The defensive suit naturally has defensive capabilities. However, it's also because those mercenaries aren't that strong. If you encounter a true powerhouse, the defensive suit you're wearing won't be able to withstand their attacks. If we met a truly strong opponent, don't we have Big Brother Du? I'm not afraid," she said with a smile, and took out a cloak from her space, draped it over her body, and leaned against the tree to sleep. Du Fan looked at her and secretly shook his head with a smile. He did not sleep and only closed his eyes to rest, listening to the roars of beasts in the night. Perhaps because of the smell of blood from the mercenaries' corpses, the beasts in the night followed the scent of blood, as if they were not far from them. Because of the roars in the night, the faces of the young men and women on the other side were pale. They huddled together, looking around worriedly, and did not dare to sleep. The next morning, Yi Fei was woken up by Du Fan. She opened her eyes and saw Du Fan standing up, and quickly stood up as well. She kept her cloak and asked, "Big brother Du, what's wrong?" "Someone is coming," Du Fan said, looking in a direction and slightly tilting his head to listen. After a while, he said, "There are quite a few people, probably some of the people from the families who are training. Because the mercenaries they met yesterday said that this area was the Green Wolf mercenaries' area of activity, other mercenaries didn't dare to come close. Therefore, the only explanation was that this person was a member of the clan who came to train." The two middle-aged men stood to the side with a few disciples from their families. They were also looking in the direction Du Fan was looking at. Not long after, they saw a group of people walking towards them. After seeing these people clearly, they were slightly relieved. This was because these people were indeed from a family that had come to gain experience. Moreover, they were people that they knew. "You too, they are from a family that we know. Please allow us to go over and say a few words," the two middle-aged men said as their gazes fell on Du Fan. "Since you know them, then follow them," Du Fan said. He didn't pay much attention to them and continued to lead Yi Fei into the depths of the forest. Seeing that they had left, the two middle-aged men heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly walked towards that family. "Brother Wei, it's great to meet you here," said the two middle-aged men as they hurried forward. "It's you?" The middle-aged man leading the group looked at them, and then looked in surprise at Du Fan and Yi Fei, who had left. He asked the two in front of him, "Why are you here? Aren't the two who left your men?" Chapter 42:21. Hearing this, the eyes of the elder in the group flashed. He was a little surprised. The Green Wolf mercenary group? That's a notorious mercenary group. Their battle prowess is also very shocking. Usually, people who fall into their hands can't escape at all. The meaning behind his words was to ask, "How did those two people escape with you?" The two middle-aged men looked at each other and said, "We didn't escape at all. That person saved us, not to escape, but to destroy the Green Wolf mercenary group and save us." Although it was indeed a little unbelievable, it had happened before their eyes. They had seen with their own eyes that the mercenary group had been killed by those two people. Not a single one was left alive. "Brother Wei, now that there are only a few of us left, we were wondering if we could join your group? Go out with you?" The middle-aged man asked. "Ha ha ha. Of course, there's no problem. You can follow our group. However, we probably won't go out yet. We'll only leave this place after a few days." "That's not a problem," the two middle-aged men said. Following their group, they finally relaxed. On the other side, Du Fan and Yi Fei rushed into the forest. After reaching a place, Du Fan stopped and looked at Yi Fei's feet. "What's wrong, big brother Du?" Yi Fei asked, puzzled. She followed his gaze and looked at her feet. "Let me add something for you. Increase the strength of your training," Du Fan said, and took out several iron plates from his space. He gestured to her and said, "Sit down. I'll tie them up for you." "Iron plates? You want to tie these to my feet?" Yi Fei asked as she found a place to sit down. "This is the iron plate that I used in the past. Master also used this to train us in the past." Du Fan helped to tie the iron plates close to her feet and then tied a layer of cloth around them. "Don't take these off. Even if you're sleeping, you have to wear them," Du Fan said with a smile. "Stand up and raise your feet to take a look." "Oh," Yi Fei responded. When she stood up, she felt a weight on her feet and her body couldn't help but stabilize. She quickly steadied herself and realized that her feet were really heavy. "It's very heavy, big brother Du." Yi Fei lifted his leg and asked, "It must be 7 or 8 pounds each, right?" 10 caddies per leg. Both feet weigh 20 jin, so I've added 20 jin of weight to your feet." Du Fan's voice grew louder as he spoke. "Train well. That's how we've been through it." Hearing his words, Yi Fei replied, "Yes, I will." She tried to lift her leg again. As expected, it was still very heavy. She was even certain that she would not be able to keep up with Du Fan if she were to walk with something tied to her leg. Every time she lifted her leg, it would be a torture. On this side, the training continued. On the other side, Feng Jiu and the other two were also preparing to continue to the forest. Behind them, a group of ferocious beasts followed. Those ferocious beasts did not dare to come forward, but they did not want to leave. They seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. When Wang Yu fell behind, they would rush forward and drag him away. Because there was a group of ferocious beasts behind them, Wang Yu, who obviously could not keep up with Feng Jiu and the other two, had to try his best to increase his speed and follow them closely. But in this way, he would be particularly tired, especially when his physical strength was consumed. Chapter 42:22. Listening to Wang Yu's words, Feng Jiu smiled and glanced back, saying, "Okay, let's take a rest." She took out the map and looked at it, saying, "There is a water source in front of us. Let's go there to rest." "Okay," Wang Yu answered, gritting his teeth and following them. When they came to the water source in front, they saw a mountain stream flowing from top to bottom. The water was not big, but it was very clear. So, Feng Jiu went forward to wash his face and sat on the stone on the side with Lung Shuang to rest. After washing his face, Wang Yu took out a gourd-shaped magic instrument and filled it with water. He looked at Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang, saying, "Well, Dr. Gay, can I soak my feet here?" "Okay." Feng Jiu nodded and said with a smile, "There is no one around, and the water source is running water. The stream in the forest is very cold. What's wrong with soaking your feet and relaxing?" She said to Lung Shuang, "We have been walking for so long. Let's soak for a while, shall we?" "Master, soak? I don't need it," Lung Shuang said, staring at the ferocious beasts lying in the grass not far away, in case they suddenly pounced on them. "Okay," Feng Jiu answered, took off his boots and socks, and soaked his feet in the stream. The cold stream soaked his feet, and he felt comfortable all over. Wang Yu found a place to sit down under Feng Jiu. He carefully took off his boots and socks, only to see that the socks had been stained with blood. His feet were bloody and abraded, which looked a little shocking at this time. Feng Jiu glanced at him, frowned, and said, "How did your feet get hurt like this? Soak your feet and wash them. Apply medicine on them before you go." It seemed that he was really a young master. Even if he had experience before, he still couldn't stand walking in the forest for a long time. Wang Yu soaked for a while to ease the pain in her feet. Then she wiped the water and took out the medicine to apply. However, even if it was simply bandaged, it would still hurt when touched. He wiped his sweat and said, "Sit down for a while. I'm going to hunt a vicious beast for dinner." As he spoke, he was about to get up, but Feng Jiu stopped him. "Sit down," Feng Jiu said. "We're not eating barbecue today. Besides, there's still meat in the space. You should rest first. I'll teach you a set of footwork later. You can use it together with your spiritual power so that it won't be so strenuous." As she spoke, her palm moved and a spirit fruit flew out from her hand. "For you to eat." Taking the spiritual fruit, Wang Yu was a little surprised and just said to her, "Thank you." Feng Jiu took out 2 more spiritual fruits and handed one to Lung Shuang. After taking a rest, Feng Jiu stood up and said, "Watch carefully." She practiced the footwork twice in front of him and then asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Looking at the unpredictable footwork, Wang Yu was a little excited and quickly nodded. "Yes, I saw it clearly. I'll show you." Then he stood up and walked according to her footwork. His speed gradually increased from slow to fast. "Good. You're talented." Feng Jiu chuckled and said, "You can practice by yourself. You won't have blisters on your feet if you use this footwork." "Okay," Wang Yu responded and practiced over and over again in the open space. He practiced until it was dark, and then he stopped because he heard voices coming toward them. Chapter 42:23. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, they won't come close. You forgot that there are more than a dozen ferocious beasts in the grass and trees. Those ferocious beasts have been following them all the way. They were unwilling to leave, but they didn't dare to come forward. However, if other people came close, those ferocious beasts would rush over instead of just following them." Sure enough, as soon as her voice fell, there was a scream not far away. "No, there are ferocious beasts. Go back." "Ow!" As soon as the exclamation fell, the roars of the beasts could be heard, and rustling sounds could be heard from the bushes and trees. As for the 3 people who were sitting by the water source, because of the cover of the grass that was half a person's height, no one noticed them. Their attention was all on the beasts. Wang Yu saw that half of those ferocious beasts chased out, and the other half were still lying in the grass, staring at them. She said, "It seems that they are young people. I don't know if they can avoid them. You can go and have a look." Feng Jiu said, wiped the water off his feet, put on his boots, and said, "Try your footwork, by the way." Hearing this, Wang Yu nodded without thinking. "Well, I'll go and have a look." Then she went in the direction of the sound. As soon as she rushed out, those ferocious beasts no longer squatted, but jumped up and chased after her with a roar. Looking at this scene, Lang Shuang's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he said, "Master, he is leading those ferocious beasts to them. More than a dozen powerful ferocious beasts. Even a powerful family would have a hard time fighting against them." Feng Jiu smiled. "It doesn't matter. How can people who come out to experience not encounter ferocious beasts? It's just a dozen ferocious beasts. It should be enough for a family to deal with them." As soon as her voice fell, she jumped up a tree and said, "Let's go. Let's go and have a look." Two figures rose up and went to the place where the sound was chaotic. After a few leaps, they came to a tree and watched the scene of the chaotic battle. More than a dozen ferocious beasts were fighting with the family. Among them, 6 or 7 ferocious beasts were targeting Wang Yu, and their attacks were only directed at Wang Yu. It seemed that they had an incomprehensible obsession with this prey that had followed them all the way. Because she fought 6 or 7 ferocious beasts alone, Wang Yu was soon wounded. Blood soaked her robe, and the more she fought, the braver she became. The strength of that clan was beyond Feng Jiu's expectations. Several ferocious beasts were killed. Aside from some who were injured, no one died because of the ferocious beasts. Perhaps it was because a few ferocious beasts had died and the other ferocious beasts were unable to gain the upper hand. After a short battle, the remaining 7 or 8 ferocious beasts quickly fled. At this time, Wang Yu was so tired that he was panting. He supported his shaking body with the sword in his hand until he steadied himself and leaned against the tree to rest. Then he looked up at the family member. "Who are you? Why are you here?" A middle-aged man asked in a calm voice and stared at him unkindly. "You led those ferocious beasts here." Wang Yu took a moment to calm down and said, "I was resting at the water source in front. After hearing the noise, I came to help. I didn't lead the ferocious beasts here. They were lurking around." Chapter 42:24. Feng Jiu, who was in the tree, could not help but smile when he heard this. He thought to himself, Wang Yu is not an inflexible person. He knows what to say on what occasion. Perhaps the middle-aged man felt that what he said made sense, but his expression relaxed a little. Then he sized him up from head to toe and said, "You're a rogue cultivator? Didn't you follow the team? Why are you alone?" Wang Yu was about to speak when he heard Feng Jiu's voice in his mind. "Find a way to follow them. These people are very strong. If you follow their team, you will be fine in this forest. Lang Shuang and I will go first to explore inside." Listening to the words in his mind, Wang Yu pursed his lips slightly. He knew that he was not as strong as them and had been holding them back. So he cupped his hands and bowed to the middle-aged man, saying, "I'm Wang Yu, the young master of the Wang family in Cyan Demon City. I was separated from my team because of the ferocious beast. Can I go with you?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked him up and down suspiciously. "You are Wang Yu, the young master of the Wang family, one of the 8 families in Cyan Demon City? That playboy?" Hearing the words playboy, Wang Yu was a little embarrassed and said, "Yes, that's me." The middle-aged man and an old man next to him looked at each other and then smiled, saying, "Cyan Demon City is the closest city to Cyan Demon Forest. I also know some news about the 8 families there. I have always heard that Wang Yu is a playboy. However, judging from your fighting capacity, you don't seem to be a playboy. It seems that the rumor is wrong." Feng Jiu, who was in the tree, watched them talk for a while. Perhaps he thought that Wang Yu was a playboy and had shown extraordinary fighting capacity before, so he wanted to make friends with him. Seeing this, Feng Jiu transmitted a voice message. "Lang Shuang and I will go first. The purpose of this trip is the ancient 9-tailed fox spirit. I don't know when we can find it. If we're destined to meet again, maybe we'll meet again. Take care of yourself." After that, he took Lang Shuang to the depths of the forest. The two of them moved like the wind, and only the leaves rustled as if they were being brushed by the wind. When Wang Yu looked up, the two figures had disappeared. She sighed in her heart and collected her thoughts. She thought to herself, I should have known that the purpose of their trip is the nine-tailed fox spirit. They will not always take me to the depths. Now that there is a suitable opportunity, it is normal for them to leave me behind. If I want to blame someone, I can only blame myself for not being strong enough and dragging them down. Wang Yu, what are you looking at? The middle-aged man looked in the direction he was looking, but saw nothing. No, I'm just thinking that there are so many ferocious beasts here that I can't relax for even a moment. Wang Yu shook her head and said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed. Indeed, there are quite a lot of ferocious beasts here. However, this is only the periphery. If we go deeper, it won't be a matter of how many ferocious beasts there are. It will be a matter of how strong the ferocious beasts are. Come. Since you're with us, let me introduce you to everyone. The middle-aged man introduced his people to Wang Yu. Chapter 42:25. Feng Jiu smiled and said, Don't worry, nothing will happen. You have seen the fighting capacity of that family. They are very strong. Didn't you notice that there is another one? There is a young woman in that family. Both of them are aristocratic families. They have seen Wang Yu's fighting capacity. The middle-aged man is not stupid. He will not miss such an opportunity to make friends with her. With that, she pursed her lips and smiled, saying, Maybe Wang Yu can bring a fiancé back after returning from here. This kind of marriage between aristocratic families has always been the most common. Hearing that, Lung Shuang nodded, pretending to understand. She just thought that it might not be safe for Wang Yu to be with those people. She didn't expect that her master would think about it. Now that he heard her say this, he felt relieved and threw this matter to the back of his mind. Master, Du Fan and Fei Fei's journey is not fast. Maybe they haven't entered the inner area yet. Well, Fei Fei's strength is much worse than yours. It is impossible for her to reach the same level as you. However, she will have her own strengths. I believe that after Du Fan's training, she can be independent in the future, Feng Jiu said, and the red figure shuttled through the forest. Around them, sometimes there were ferocious beasts roaring and pouncing on them when they found them. However, they were stepped on by force and mist. After chasing for a while, they stopped. Here, there were some places where ferocious beasts with low ranks did not dare to approach. Therefore, when they found that their prey had left their range of activity, they gave up the idea of killing them. Without Wang Yu following them, they sped up. Their goal was the depths of the Cyan Demon Forest. Therefore, they didn't stop all the way but went deeper. In the evening of the third day, Feng Jiu, who was in front of them, saw a stream and a flat land in front of them. She stopped and took out the map to check it. Lung Shuang, who was behind her, also stopped. She stood aside and paid attention to the surrounding movements. She only found that this place was very quiet. There were no roars of ferocious beasts, and even fewer ferocious beasts. Moreover, the road they had walked through was a forest. However, in front of them, there was only a stream a few meters wide. Looking around, there were no trees. Although they didn't see any ferocious beasts with their years of experience, this place was no less dangerous than the roads they had walked through before. Master, have we reached the inner area? Lung Shuang asked. Yes, this stream separates the inner and outer regions. After this stream, you'll reach the inner region. Feng Jiu glanced at the markings on the map in her hand, then looked at the stream ahead and said, There's a kind of man-eating, four-legged beast in this stream. It crawls quickly, has strong attack power, and strong defense power. This area is the range of activity of the man-eating, four-legged beast, so other beasts rarely come here. Master, is it that one? Lung Shuang pointed to the huge, ferocious beast lying in the mud in front of them. Although this was a flat land, there were fewer weeds. Instead, there was more sand. The mud-colored four-legged beast was lying in the sand as a cover. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice the four-legged beast. Chapter 42:26. Just as the two of them were talking, the surrounding soil seemed to loosen, and four-legged beasts crawled out of the soil. They stared at Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang. who were not far away. Suddenly, they opened their mouths and howled. The surrounding four-legged beasts immediately leaped out and pounced on the two of them. The two of them tapped their toes and soared into the air. They watched as the four-legged beasts below all rushed out. There were about 200 to 300 of them. At this time, they were waving their tails and crawling on the ground. Some crawled to the stream, while others howled and looked up at the two people in the air. Suddenly, a sharp cry came from the sky. The two of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw a flock of giant bald eagles swooping down on them. "Go!" Fengjiu shouted and soared into the air. However, the giant bald eagles were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they blocked their path and trapped them in the stream. The giant bald eagles howled and flashed their sharp claws at the two of them. Their long red beaks were as sharp as knives pecked at them. With a flap of their wings, wind blades brushed past their faces. The attacks came wave after wave, not giving them any time to catch their breath. "Scram!" Fengjiu shouted coldly. With a flick of his sleeve and a wave of his hand, a flame came out of his hand and burned the surrounding area. Whoosh! Hiss! The flames came out with an ancient pressure. The few bald eagles that were quick to escape flapped their wings and fled in panic. Those that were slow to escape had their feathers set on fire by the flames. For a moment, sharp screeches sounded in the surroundings. As the flames burned, a foul smell spread in the air. Perhaps sensing the ancient aura, the originally restless four-legged beasts howled and attempted to bury their bodies under the soil. Lung Shuang followed beside Fengjiu and watched as the giant bald eagles screamed and dove into the stream below. However, the four-legged beasts in the water opened their mouths and swallowed them. Fengjiu glanced down and saw that the bald eagles were either dead or running away, so he didn't pay any more attention to them. Instead, he said to Lung Shuang, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the opposite stream. Lung Shuang looked back at the four-legged beasts and followed behind Fengjiu. Her master's ancient pressure had been restrained the entire way. If it was released, no ferocious beast would dare to take a step closer to her. Seeing her master's red clothes fluttering in front of her, her eyes gradually softened. From the moment she followed her master, she had seen her master become stronger step by step. She had seen her master go through countless trials and become the master of heaven and earth. Although her master's strength had not recovered to its peak with her master's talent, she believed that it would not be long before she regained her former strength. She might even be more powerful than before. 3 months later, in the morning, Fengjiu stood at the peak of a mountain and looked at the surrounding trees and layers of mountains. Her mood was somewhat anxious and heavy. Chapter 42:27. In fact, she didn't even see or feel the aura or traces of the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox. She was worried that there would be no news if she continued to search here. She was worried about her children. She missed them. She had been away from home for so long. How old were they now? Would they still recognize her when she returned? If she could not help them find suitable contracted beasts, if she could not help them change their fates, if something happened to them before then, once the worry in her heart surged, it could not be stopped. This kind of worry increased day by day, and it also made her more anxious day by day. Her entire being was occupied by this kind of worry, and the smile on her face became fewer and fewer. Her entire body emitted a cold aura that made people unable to approach her. Lung Shuang stood behind her and looked at her. She was shrouded in a cold aura as she looked into the distance without saying a word. She knew that her master was thinking about the two young masters and the Yama Lord. She also knew that her master was worried about not being able to help the two young masters find ancient mythical beasts as contracted beasts. However, even though she knew, she could not help her. Ancient mythical beasts were not ordinary beasts. They could only be found by chance. Even if they were anxious, there was no way to make the ancient mythical beasts appear. "Master, you should rest today. I'll go take a walk in the forest." Lung Shuang said, "No need in a while." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes were attracted by a white figure that flitted past a mountain peak in the distance. "What's that?" She muttered, and almost without thinking, she raised her chi and flew towards the mountain peak. Her speed was as fast as the speed of light, and Lang Shuang could not react in time. Master! Lang Shuang only saw a white figure flitting past the mountainside in the distance. She did not see what the white figure was. Seeing her master raise her chi and fly in that direction, she quickly chased after her. Feng Jiu's gaze was fixed on the white figure, and her divine sense was also locked onto the white figure. However, the white figure was moving extremely fast, and even with her speed, she could not catch up to it. One human and one beast were chasing each other from a distance of several hundred meters. When Feng Jiu saw the white figure in front of her suddenly stop and turn around to look at her, her eyes lit up with ecstasy. Ancient nine-tailed fox spirit. Its speed was so fast that she could only see a flash of white. However, when it stopped, those 9 snow-white tails swayed behind it. Its body was so small, and its pair of dark blue eyes matched with its snow-white fur. It was so beautiful that she could recognize it at a glance. This was the 9-tailed spirit fox that Old Man Wang had drawn. The ancient 9-tailed spirit fox turned around to look at Feng Jiu, who was following closely behind it. It suddenly raised its head and let out a squeak. The squeak was soft, but just as the squeak fell, there was a commotion in the forest, as if all the beasts were rushing towards them. After the squeak, the ancient 9-tailed spirit fox leaped and continued to fly towards the mountain peak. Its white figure weaving through the trees, Feng Jiu chased after it closely. However, there were suddenly countless beasts in the mountains that had not appeared before. They blocked her path and helped the ancient 9-tailed spirit fox escape. Chapter 42:28. Feng Jiu snorted coldly and released all the pressure from her body. Those originally restless beasts, after feeling the ancient pressure, howled and laid down one by one. She was blocked by the beasts for a moment, and when she looked again, there was no trace of the 9-tailed fox. Lang Shuang caught up with her and saw her looking around. He asked, "Master, what was that?" It was the 9-tailed fox. The ancient 9-tailed fox. It finally appeared. Feng Jiu's eyes could not hide his excitement and annoyance. He said, "It was just in front of me, but I was blocked by the beasts and let it escape. If I was faster, perhaps it would not have escaped." Hearing this, Lang Shuang said, "Since it appeared, it must be in this area. Master, let's continue looking. We will definitely find it. Let's split up and search in this direction. You inform Du Fan and the others to find out where they are and ask them to come here." Feng Jiu said and rushed forward. "Okay," Lang Shuang replied and took out his communication jade tablet to inform Du Fan and the others. At this time, Du Fan and Yi Fei were somewhere in the depths of the forest. They looked at the movements in the forest in surprise and found that the turbulence only lasted for a while and then calmed down. Yi Fei could not help but ask, "Big Brother Du, what happened just now?" It seemed that all the beasts were running in the same direction, but now they stopped. Du Fan looked into the depths of the forest and said, "I think something attracted them." As he spoke, he seemed to have sensed something. He took out a glowing communication jade tablet from the space. After he heard the news from the jade tablet, he smiled. "Master and Lang Shuang found traces of the 9-tailed fox and asked us to hurry over and help find it. They had been here for a few months, and finally there was news of the ancient 9-tailed fox." "Great, let's go." Yi Fei's eyes were full of surprise, and the joy on her face could not be concealed. "Let me check the map and see how far we are from them," Du Fan said and took out the map to check. At this time, Yi Fei looked in one direction and calmed down to listen. She heard the roar of beasts and screams, and could not help but say, "Big Brother Du, there seems to be someone there." "I heard the sound." Du Fan looked in the direction she pointed and released his divine awareness. After a while, he took it back and said in surprise, "It's Wang Yu and her family's people? How did they come to the inner area?" He knew that Wang Yu was abandoned by Lang Shuang. At that time, he heard from Lang Shuang that she left Wang Yu with a family in the periphery. He thought that after a few months, that family should have left the Cyan Demon Forest. Even if they hadn't left, They shouldn't have appeared in the inner area. Unexpectedly, with a sweep of his divine awareness, he unexpectedly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was Wang Yu. Wang Yu. Yi Fei could not help but be surprised. Are they in trouble? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. Du Fan said, put away the map, and rushed in that direction. Chapter 42:29. When we fight our way out, Wang Yu, you take them and leave quickly. You must escape. The middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice. His body was scarred, and his clothes were stained with blood. His arm was scratched by a ferocious beast, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Even the middle-aged man was seriously injured, not to mention the others. There were only 30 people left in their group, and all of them were injured. Their clothes were stained with blood, and they were in a sorry state. Even so, none of them stepped back. On the contrary, those older and stronger ones all formed a protective circle, protecting the younger members of the family in the middle, and Wang Yu was also in their protection. These ferocious beasts suddenly went crazy, and their combat effectiveness is stronger than before. It's not just one or two of them, but a group. If we fight for a long time, we will all die here. Now, we can only find a way to fight our way out for the younger generation of the family. The old man said in a deep voice and stepped forward to attack the ferocious beasts. As soon as the battle started, the ferocious beasts on the other side also growled. More than a dozen ferocious beasts jumped forward to attack, and more than a dozen stayed around and did not move, but looked at them covetously. It seemed that if anyone dared to escape from their hunting circle, they would pounce on him and tear him to pieces. A woman fell out of the defensive circle because of pushing and dodging. A ferocious beast immediately roared and rushed forward, and its sharp claws scratched at her neck. Be careful! Wang Yu saw it and exclaimed. He had no time to help her up or even attack, so he could only rush forward to resist the ferocious beast's attack. The sharp claws scratched down and left several bloody marks on Wang Yu's back. The strength of the claw was not light. It not only tore his defensive clothes, but also tore his clothes and flesh. Several deep bloody marks gushed out, and blood quickly dyed his back red. He screamed, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He wanted to straighten up, but he could not stand at all. Wang Yu, hurry up, save them. Several cries of alarm rang out. They wanted to go forward and rescue the two people who were lying on the ground, but no one had the time to even get close to them. They were tightly entangled by the fierce beasts, and wave after wave of attacks did not give them a chance to rescue the two people. What was more, there were ferocious beasts staring at them. No one could get close to Wang Yu and Qin Haodong, because when they attacked and dodged, they were already out of the defensive circle. At this time, they were surrounded by those ferocious beasts and could not be saved. Wang Yu, how are you? Get up. The woman who was protected by Wang Yu on the ground couldn't help but have red eyes. She wanted to help him up, but she was pressed down by him and couldn't move at all. The pain in his back caused his body to tremble as if his body no longer belonged to him. Wang Yu clenched his teeth and endured the pain to stand up. However, a ferocious beast roared and opened its mouth to bite the two of them. Seeing this, he instinctively opened his arms to protect the woman beneath him. He wanted to use his body to protect her. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but cry. Wang Yu, get up, get up. Roar. Phew. Chapter 42:30. Ow. The ferocious beast howled, and its huge body fell to the ground. In the next moment, a figure leaped into the air and sat on the dead ferocious beast. After pulling out the golden arrow, he revealed a smile. Young Master Yu, we meet again, Yi Fei said with a smile, holding a small golden bow in her hand. Looking at the stunned Wang Yu, she smiled and squinted her eyes. Seeing this, the surrounding ferocious beasts howled and rushed forward. Wang Yu immediately exclaimed, Watch out behind you. Just as her voice came out, Yi Fei pulled out the golden arrow stuck in the beast's head and put on the bow in her hand. She turned her body back and shot out with a swish. At the same time, she jumped down from the dead ferocious beast's body and squatted down. Her hand brushed her waist, and 3 arrows were put on the small bow in her hand. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sharp airflows were shot out, piercing through the air and shooting toward the 3 ferocious beasts. One arrow hit its fatal spot, and the other arrow shot out, and the ferocious beast fell down. After shooting a few arrows, she put the small bow on her waist, pulled out the dagger, and jumped forward. She raised the dagger in her hand and attacked the ferocious beasts. Looking at this scene, Wang Yu could not help but be stunned and looked at Yi Feifei incredulously. Was this still the Yi Feifei from a few months ago? At that time, her strength was not even as good as his. How could her combat effectiveness be so amazing in just 3 months? Not only was Wang Yu dumbfounded, but even the people of that family had an incredible look on their faces. They were shocked to see the woman with a nimble body movement, full of a murderous aura, and couldn't recover from their shock. The other party was dressed in black and looked neat and tidy. She had a small golden bow on her waist, which looked like an extraordinary spirit weapon. Not to mention her accurate archery, her attack power was also so strong, which was really surprising. Following Yi Feifei's attack and Du Fan's appearance, the remaining dozen or so ferocious beasts roared as they fearfully glanced at the two of them. However, they did not dare to continue the fight and quickly left. God knew how many ferocious beasts in the inner area had been destroyed by these two people during this time. Humans didn't know, but the beasts did. Now that they saw these two people, they only wanted to avoid them as far as possible. After killing the ferocious beast closest to her, Yi Feifei saw that those ferocious beasts had escaped, so he did not chase them. Instead, he turned back and stood beside Du Fan, looking curiously at Wang Yu, who was lying on the ground and protecting the woman. The clansman quickly helped the two up. After standing firm, Wang Yu cupped her hands to the two of them with a pale face. "Young Master Du, Miss Yi, thank you for your help." Yi Feifei smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll just take it as practice. It's just that when I heard Big Brother Du said it was you, I was really surprised." Du Fan looked at him and said, "Wang Yu, even if you didn't leave the Cyan Demon Forest, you shouldn't have come to the Inner Circle. This place is not suitable for you to gain experience." Wang Yu smiled bitterly. In a few months, his strength had improved, but compared with Yi Feifei and Du Fan, there was no comparison at all. He was a little complacent, thinking that he had made rapid progress, but he did not expect that Yi Feifei, who was weaker than him a few months ago, was now stronger than him. Chapter 42:31. Seeing that Wang Yu was seriously injured, Yi Feifei gently pulled Du Fan's sleeve and said to Wang Yu, "The injury on your back is serious. Treat it first, otherwise it will be inflamed. In this forest, because of the climate and the bad conditions, some injuries would be very troublesome if they were not treated in time. Wang Yu, come here and sit down. I'll treat your wound first." The woman who supported Wang Yu said as she helped him to sit down. At this time, the middle-aged man and the old man looked at each other, and then they cupped their hands to Du Fan and Yi Feifei, saying, "Thank you for your help. I'm Lin Dong, the head of the Lin family, and this is the elder of the Lin family. How should I address you?" Du Fan nodded slightly and said, "My surname is Du." He didn't say anything else after that. "My name is Yi Feifei," she said with a smile. "Are you old friends with Wang Yu?" The middle-aged man, Lin Dong, asked and looked at Wang Yu. You can say that we know each other," Du Fan said. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed a bottle of medicine forward. "Use this. Yes, your injuries will heal faster." "Thank you." Wang Yu took the bottle and knew that it was the medicine of the ghost doctor, which was very precious. He couldn't help but feel grateful. He handed the medicine to the woman and looked at Yi Feifei enviously, saying, "Miss Ye's strength has improved rapidly. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it." Hearing this, Yi Feifei was happy and said with a smile on his face, "I have improved a little because Big Brother Du has been training me for the past few months. You don't know how I survived these few months. It is not easy to have the strength I have now." Then she smiled embarrassedly and looked at Du Fan beside her. Seeing that he was looking at her, she said with a smile, I know. I can't be complacent. I have to guard against arrogance and impatience." But as soon as she finished speaking, she took out a small bow and arrow from her waist as if presenting a treasure, and said, Wang Yu, look, this is the treasure I got here. My archery is now very accurate. Seeing this, Du Fan shook his head helplessly, but a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Wang Yu and asked, Are you going to stay here or leave? Hearing this, the middle-aged man glanced at Wang Yu and said to Du Fan, Young Master Du, it's like this. Now that we have suffered heavy casualties, we can no longer practice here. I plan to take them away. Du Fan nodded. It's good to leave. At least we can save our lives if we turn back and leave the Cyan Devil Forest. It's hard to say if we continue to go deeper. He looked at the sky and said, Since you guys are out of danger and we still have things to do, we won't stay here for long. Take care. Hearing this, Wang Yu, who had been silent, saw that they were about to leave. She immediately stood up regardless of the wound on her back and said, Can I follow you? Hearing this, Du Fan was slightly surprised and looked at him. Why do you want to follow us? You're injured like this. You should leave here and go back to recuperate. Although I'm stronger than when I first came in, I'm not that much stronger, so I... As he spoke, he looked at Du Fan with a pleading gaze. Please let me follow you. I won't make trouble for you. I just think that when you train Miss Yi, I can also train with you. Chapter 42:32. Du Fan's eyes flashed slightly. He glanced at him and said, Your strength can't keep up with us. If you encounter danger, you can't protect yourself. The danger in the depths of the Cyan Devil Forest is far more dangerous than what you have encountered now. Moreover, you should know the purpose of our trip. Wang Yu, your injury. The woman supported him, but he pushed her away. He stepped forward and knelt down. His eyes were firm. I know, but I want to be stronger. Please take me with you. I will try my best to keep up with you and won't drag you down. Yi Fei felt sorry for him, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at Du Fan and wondered what he would do. It's Master's decision to let you stay. If you want to follow us, wait for me to ask Master. Du Fan said. He glanced at him and said, Get up first and treat your wound. Also, the smell of blood here is too strong. You have to leave as soon as possible, lest other fierce beasts are attracted. Lin Dong and the old man naturally knew this. They wanted to leave after Wang Yu was bandaged, but they did not expect that Wang Yu suddenly knelt down and begged to follow them. At this moment, the two of them were a little surprised. Treat your wounds. We're going to move back. Lin Dong said. He pulled Wang Yu aside and asked in a low voice, Wang Yu, have you really decided to go with them? Who the hell are they? Can you follow them like this? Du Fan took Yi Fei to a place not far away. He took out his communication jade plate and asked Feng Jiu's decision. After all, if they wanted to take Wang Yu with them, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 months. They might have to stay here for half a year or even a year. If they wanted to take someone who didn't belong to them with them for so long, they naturally had to ask Feng Jiu's decision. About 7 or 8 minutes later, Du Fan and Yi Fei came back. Looking at Wang Yu, who was looking at them nervously and waiting for them to announce their decision, Du Fan smiled and said, Come with us. Master agreed. Hearing this, Wang Yu finally felt relieved. He showed a relieved smile and looked at Lin Dong. Uncle Lin, I will go with them. Be careful on your way back. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. He looked at him and asked, Wang Yu, if you go with them, how long will you stay here? Your marriage with Ji Lin. Lin Jilin looked at Wang Yu. Her beautiful eyes filled with reluctance. After getting along with each other for a few months, they fell in love with each other and decided that Wang Yu would come to propose marriage after they got out of the Cyan Demon Forest. But now, Wang Yu, do you really want to go with them? She asked softly, her eyes full of reluctance. Wang Yu said apologetically to Du Fan and Yi Fei, Please wait for me. I need to say a few words to them. The two nodded and went to wait for him not far away. Uncle Lin, I don't know how long I will stay here, but now I have this opportunity to follow them. Even if the road ahead is full of danger, I must go. His voice paused as he looked at the woman beside him and said, As for my marriage with Ji Lin, I want to wait until I return before going to the Lin family to propose. However, if Ji Lin meets someone more suitable than me, I will give her my blessings. Chapter 42:33. Not far away, Du Fan and Yi Fei glanced at Wang Yu and the woman. Du Fan didn't care, but Yi Fei said with a mocking face, "Brother Du, look how powerful Wang Yu is. It's only been a few months, but he's able to talk about a marriage by himself. Miss Lin is also very beautiful. He's really lucky." Du Fan glanced at him and said, "Is he powerful? Even if he's powerful, he won't be scratched on the back by a ferocious beast. That wound won't be so easy to heal. Now he has to follow us. He'll suffer. I thought that since Master let him follow this family, he wouldn't be allowed to follow us to join Master. I didn't expect that Master would agree in the end." Yi Fei said with a smile, "I know that he sees my strength getting stronger and wants to follow you to improve his strength." Du Fan snorted and said, "I teach you and train you without reservation because you're one of us. I can teach you some martial arts and cultivation methods that are not taught to outsiders. Even when you advanced some time ago, I gave you the elixir refined by Master to improve your strength. But he's not one of us. Even if he follows us, it's impossible for him to be like you. That's why I was so wise to choose to follow Master. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm doing now." She couldn't help sighing. She really felt that the decision she made at that time was the most correct one. There's still room for improvement in your strength. What's more, you've got such a treasure. Archery can be used to attack from a distance, which is also your specialty. You have to work hard to improve. You know that there are no weak people around Master. If you stay stagnant, you'll be assigned to other places one day." Hearing this, Yi Fei nodded seriously and said, "Well, I know. I'll work hard to improve my strength. I won't disgrace you." Seeing this, Du Fan didn't say anything more. At this time, they saw that the family had left, and Wang Yu was coming towards them. "We can go," Wang Yu said, looking at the two people. "Then let's go." Du Fan didn't let him rest for long. Instead, he turned around and walked into the depths. He said, "My master has already found traces of the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox. Now, he is searching for it. He wants us to meet up with him as soon as possible. You can follow him." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. His figure was extremely fast. "Follow me." Yi Fei followed Du and waved to Wang Yu. Even though her strength had improved, she couldn't keep up with Du Fan's footsteps, but at least she wouldn't be left behind too. Even so, he didn't make a sound. Even so, he didn't make a sound. He didn't make a sound. But even so, he didn't make a sound. 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 Even so, he didn't make a sound. He didn't he and his he Fant behind he tis was to follow was he a. 3 days later, Wang Yu, who was already very haggard, staggered. She held the tree beside her to prevent herself from falling. Chapter 42:34. Du Fan stopped and looked back. Then he came to Wang Yu's side. "I'm fine. I can keep walking," Wang Yu said. His lips were dry and cracked, because the injury on his back had not fully recovered, and he had no time to rest. His face was very pale. After a few days, he had lost a lot of weight. "Take a rest," Du Fan said. "We should be near the place the master said. I'll check the map again. You sit down and rest for a while." Hearing this, Yi Fei helped Wang Yu sit down, gave him water, and said, "Take off your coat. I'll help you change the dressing." In such an environment, it was possible for the wound to worsen if he sweated all day without taking a bath. "No, it's okay. I'll be fine after a rest," Wang Yu said, shaking his head. Seeing this, Yi Fei did not say anything more. He sat next to Du Fan, who was looking at the map, and asked, "Brother Du, are we almost there?" "Well, it should be in front." Du Fan pointed to the mountain in front and said, "According to Lung Shuang, it's that mountain. Let's wait for the master there." "Well, let's go." Wang Yu gritted his teeth and stood up. Seeing this, Du Fan said, "Take a rest." He paused and asked, "Is your wound getting worse?" "It's much better with the dressing, but I accidentally bumped into it yesterday. But it's okay. I'll clean it up when we get there." Fei, please help me with the dressing," Wang Yu said. Hearing this, Du Fan said, Fei, take off his clothes and check the wound." "Okay," Yi Fei answered and said to Wang Yu, "I'll take off your coat and check your wound. You can't stay like this. The wound needs to be treated first." Finally, under their persuasion, he took off his clothes. When they saw the inflamed wound on his back, they both frowned. The wound was more serious than they had imagined. Some parts had already started to fester, and the surrounding area was red and swollen. They guessed that the wound had not been cleaned properly and was infected. We have to find a water source and let him wash his entire body. Otherwise, his injuries won't heal, Yi Fei said with a frown. Then let's go to the front. There's a water source ahead where the masters gather. Du Fan said, looking at Wang Yu. Let's go. Hold on a little longer. All right. Thus, he followed them and continued forward. Ever since Feng Jiu found traces of the nine-tailed spiritual fox that day, he had been searching the surrounding area. The search area was also expanding day by day. However, after a few days, there was still no news. On this day, knowing that Du Fan and the others would be arriving soon, Lung Shuang went to the place where they had agreed to meet. When they arrived, they saw a few people washing themselves at the source of the spring. Lung Shuang looked at each other and walked forward. When did you arrive? Feng Jiu asked, walking towards them. Master, Du Fan and Yi Fei turned around. When they saw her, they smiled and said, We just arrived. Ghost Doctor. Wang Yu cupped her hands and saluted her with her upper body naked. Looking at the wound on Wang Yu's back, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and said, Why is it so serious? The wound is inflamed. It's a long story. Wang Yu smiled bitterly. Chapter 42-35. Du Fan followed and left. Yi Fei helped him clean up the wound before walking to Feng Jiu with Wang Yu. Ghost Doctor. Wang Yu called and looked at her. Turn around. Feng Jiu said. He thought she wanted to see his wound, so he answered and turned his back to her. Du Fan, Yi Fei, and Lung Shuang stood aside and watched without speaking. Feng Jiu raised his hand, and the spiritual power in his palm surged. A green light diffused out and slowly covered the wound on Wang Yu's back. The red and swollen wound gradually healed with the green lotus spirit in his palm. Wang Yu only felt a cool feeling between the skin and flesh on his back, which was extremely comfortable. He wanted to look back, but because the people behind him didn't let him look back, he could only stand still as much as possible. As time went by, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the wound on his back didn't hurt at all. It's okay, Feng Jiu said, taking back his hand and exhaling softly. Wang Yu heard the sound and turned around. As soon as he moved, he didn't feel the pain of the wound on his back. He was stunned and touched his back, only to find that the wound on his back seemed to be healed. What's this? My master helped you heal your injuries. Are you still not happy? Du Fan glanced at him and said, Why haven't you put on your clothes yet? Therefore, Wang Yu quickly came to her senses and quickly took out a new set of clothes to put on. While suppressing the doubts and shock in her heart, she bowed to Feng Nine and said, Thank you, Ghost Doctor. Feng Jiu nodded before looking at Du Fan and the others. She said, Lung Shuang and I have been searching in this area for the past few days. However, other than that day when I saw the nine-tailed fox, I haven't seen it again. However, I'm certain that it's still here. I just don't know where it has hidden itself. That's why I asked you to come over to tell you to search in different areas from today onwards. Don't miss any place where the nine-tailed fox might appear. Well, Master, you divide the area, Lung Hua said and took out a map. So, they found a place to sit down. Feng Jiu drew the area and asked them to search. Finally, he said, If you find a trace of the nine-tailed fox, don't disturb it. Inform me at once and tell me where the nine-tailed fox is found. Yes. They answered and then left in different teams. Feng Jiu and Lung Shuang searched in 2 areas respectively, and Du Fan led Yi Fei and Wang Yu to another area. At this time, none of them knew how long they would have to search in the depths of the Cyan Devil Forest. The nine-tailed fox seemed to know that Feng Jiu and others were looking for it, so it hid well and didn't show up easily. The days passed while they were searching and hiding. Half a year later, in the depths of the Cyan Devil Forest, early in the morning, a bolt of lightning struck down, shaking the entire sky. After the first bolt of lightning struck down, the second bolt of lightning also struck down, Chapter 42:36. Boom! When the third heavenly thunder gathered a strong airflow and struck down, the defensive bounded domain around Fengjiu was broken. The heavenly thunder fell on her body. At that moment, she ran the spiritual power in her hands. The vitality of the surrounding trees and the spiritual qi in the cyan demon forest all flowed toward her and was absorbed into her body. As she withdrew her aura, the aura in the surrounding air gradually returned to normal. She exhaled softly and opened her eyes. Du Fan, Lung Shuang, and Yi Feifei saw this and immediately stepped forward. Master! Wang Yu came to her senses and quickly followed them. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has finally recovered to the divine king level. Du Fan congratulated her with a smile. He was very happy. Since that battle, Master's strength had regressed. Now, she finally broke through again and her strength returned to the divine king level. Congratulations, Master! Lung Shuang and Yi Feifei also said. Congratulations, Dr. Ghost. Wang Yu also congratulated her. In the past 6 months, he had followed them. Although his strength had not improved as much as Yi Feifei's, it was still much faster than before. It could be said that whether it was his strength or his combat strength, they had all improved as he had expected. This also proved that he had made the right choice to stay here with them. After a while, Fengjiu stood up. She looked into the depths of the forest and asked, Have you found anything these days? They were silent and shook their heads. No, there is still no news. They had been here for 8 to 9 months, but up until now, other than the time when their master met the nine-tailed spirit fox, no one else had seen it. Hearing this, Fengjiu frowned slightly. She looked into the depths of the forest, and no one knew what she was thinking. Master, we have searched everywhere. In the past 6 months, we have almost searched the areas you assigned us twice, but we still haven't found the nine-tailed fox. Could it have escaped to another place? Du Fan asked. We can't keep looking like this. Let me think about it. She turned around and walked towards the water source alone. When she came to the water source, she scooped up a handful of water and washed her face. The cool spring water gradually calmed her mind. She took off her boots and soaked her feet in the water. She watched her jade-white feet paddle in the water and watched as the spring water flowed down through the cracks between the rocks. She sat there for more than half a day. It was not until noon, when Lung Shuang came to her with food, that she came back to her senses. The forest was so big, and there were only a few of them. It was easier said than done to find the nine-tailed spirit fox. Even if the nine-tailed spiritual fox was in the area that they had marked out, if they were not careful, the nine-tailed spiritual fox would pass by them. If they continued to search like this, they would not be able to find it even after a few years. She followed Lung Shuang to the bonfire and lowered her head to think. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She stopped in her tracks and her eyes lit up. Why didn't I think of it? She slapped her forehead and a big smile appeared on her face. She quickly walked forward. Lung Shuang saw this and asked, Master, what did you think of? Chapter 42:37. She came to the fire and sat down. Looking at the meat they were roasting on the fire, she took a small knife and cut a piece, saying, Eat first, I'll tell you after you've eaten. Hearing this, the few people who wanted to ask looked at each other and did not speak again. They ate the roasted meat first. After filling their stomachs, Fengjiu asked with a smile, Why do you think we haven't found the nine-tailed fox spirit even after we've divided the area? The few of them looked at each other, saying, We only have a few people, and the nine-tailed fox spirit is not hidden very well. That's right. If we want to search for it in this endless forest, it's undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Since that's the case, why don't we get the beast to help us? Her eyes were full of smiles, saying, We don't know where the nine-tailed fox spirit is hiding, but the beasts in the depths of this forest know. As long as we start with them, we should be able to get news of the nine-tailed fox spirit very quickly. Hearing this, Du Fan asked, But how do we get the beast to help us? We've been here for more than half a year, and the beasts here have all run away when they see us. They don't even dare to meet us. Even if we want a roast meat to eat, we have to put in a lot of effort to catch a beast. Because they have been searching in this area, It could be said that the beasts in this area had already treated them as beasts with their tails between their legs. Wherever they appeared, there would be no beasts around. Feng Jiu looked at Du Fan, saying, "Find the strongest beast in this area, and let it give the order to search. I remember that there's a divine beast here. You guys find it." Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other, and finally answered, "Yes." They roughly knew what she meant, so they split into several groups and quickly went in different directions. Finding the nine-tailed fox spirit was more difficult, but finding a divine beast in the depths of this forest was extremely easy. After a day, Du Fan and the others tied up a divine beast in front of Feng Jiu. "Master, we found a divine beast. Do you think this one will do?" Du Fan said as he looked at the tied-up tiger beast. Feng Jiu stepped forward and waved his hand, indicating for them to retreat to the side. Then, he came to the side of the tiger beast. The divine beast was already gigantic, and with the addition of the tiger, it could be said that if it were to collide, no one would be able to block the force. He gently patted the tiger beast's head and said, "I'll give you two choices. 1. Help me find the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox, and I'll let you go. I'll also give you a pill to increase your strength and let you enter the peak of the divine beast stage. 2. I'll kill you." When the tiger beast heard this, its eyes widened. "You're going too far. You don't have a choice." It had listened carefully, but it didn't expect Feng Jiu to mean this. "How is it? Do you want to do it or not?" Feng Jiu asked, his voice cold. He played with a dagger that he had just taken out, and the threat was very obvious. "Don't waste your time. Even if you find a nine-tailed spirit fox, it's not easy to deal with," the tiger beast said, and glared at Feng Jiu. "Furthermore, I don't know where it's hiding. Even if it knew, it wouldn't dare to say it. Is that so?" Chapter 42:38. This human possessed an ancient aura. It could be said that from the day she came to the depths of the azure demonic forest, the tiger knew about it. It was precisely because it knew that it had been hiding far away, but it did not expect to be caught. It lowered its head and asked, "You already have an ancient divine beast, so why do you want to catch the nine-tailed spiritual fox?" It was not that this human did not have a contracted beast. On the contrary, she had more than one contracted beast, and they were all very powerful. Since that was the case, why did she spend half a year looking for the ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox? Feng Jiu glanced at it indifferently and said, "This is not something you should care about." She stretched out her hand and patted its head, saying, "You should think about it. If I catch it, your strength will increase by another level. Then you will be the most powerful existence in the azure demonic forest. Isn't that good?" The tiger beast lowered its head as it listened. It was naturally aware of this point, but it was still worried. If the nine-tailed spirit fox knew about this, it was afraid that it would die miserably. After all, its strength was far inferior to its own. However, the temptation was so great to how is it? Feng Jiu asked with a trace of impatience in her voice. If not for the fact that the tiger beast had lived here for a long time and had a certain amount of power, she would not have looked for it. Instead, she would have asked the cloud-swallowing beast and Lao Bai to search for it. However, even though the cloud-swallowing beast was powerful, they were not local tyrants. "All right, I promise you. Hurry up and untie me so that I can go back and ask the other beasts to help find it." As the tiger beast spoke, it twisted its body and tugged at the immortal binding rope on its body. Feng Jiu waved her hand and kept the immortal binding rope. The tiger beast stretched its back and looked at Feng Jiu, saying, "We are only responsible for finding the places where it has appeared and where it is hiding. Once we find it, we will secretly tell you. As for catching it, you have to do it yourself. We beasts will not interfere." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. "All right, that's it. I don't expect you to help me catch it. Once you find it, don't disturb it. Just tell me the location." Thus, the man and beast decided. Seeing that the tiger beast had left, Yi Fei asked, "Master, aren't you worried that it won't come back? What if it lies to us?" "It won't, because tigers are the kings of the mountains. Now that it was suppressed by the ancient nine-tailed spiritual fox, it naturally would not miss such an opportunity." Feng Jiu chuckled and looked away, saying, "All right, Let's get ready. Next, they rested and adjusted their bodies. On the other side, in a hidden cave, the nine-tailed spiritual fox had just come out of the cave when it saw the beast not far away. It felt strange, but did not think much of it, and leaped into the depths of the forest. The human in red robes wanted to catch it. It was simply a fool's dream. Half a year had passed, and it was still safe and sound. Those humans did not know where it was hiding. Chapter 42:39. After the tiger beast received the news, it went to the place where Fengjiu and the rest were to look for them. I found the ancient mythical beast. It's in an underground cave 2 mountains away from here, the tiger beast said as it stared at Fengjiu. You said you would give me the advancement pill. Fengjiu was overjoyed when she heard this. She stood up and said, lead the way. We'll talk when we find it. The tiger beast hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to lead them there. It said unhappily, follow me. As it said that, it leaped forward. Let's go, Fengjiu said to the few people beside her and followed it. The group followed the tiger beast into the depths of the forest. After they crossed 2 mountains, the sky was already dark. The tiger beast, leading the way, stopped at this moment. I won't go ahead. You guys go ahead and find it yourselves. Even though it was a mythical beast, it was still afraid of the ancient mythical beast. Leading them here was already the limit. If the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox knew that it was the tiger beast that led them here, thinking of this, it couldn't help but shudder and step back. Fengjiu glanced at it and said to Du Fan, bring them to the surroundings and set up a formation. Be quiet and don't alarm the spirit fox. I'll go ahead and take a look. As she said that, she restrained her aura and went ahead. The tiger beast wanted to stop her and ask her to give it the pill, but seeing her go ahead, it thought for a moment, swung its tail, snorted, and left. Actually, it was one thing to have the pill. With its mythical beast rank, if this ancient mythical beast wasn't here, it would still be able to do whatever it wanted in this forest. Fengjiu went forward and released her divine sense to search carefully until she found a hidden underground cave. The cave was only big enough for one person to squeeze in, but the space inside was huge. However, when she scanned the underground cave with her divine sense, she discovered that there was no trace of the ancient spirit fox. Therefore, she went to Du Fan and the others. Don't set up the formation here. Go set it up over there. Also, after setting up the formation, hide your aura and don't run around. That ancient spirit fox isn't in the cave right now. It should be back soon. She instructed them to go to the other side. All right, they responded and followed Du Fan to the other side to set up the formation. When it came to setting up formations, apart from Fengjiu, Du Fan was the most proficient. The rest of them were only learning from him. Fengjiu looked around, and when his gaze landed on a tall tree, he jumped up and checked the surroundings. On the other side, the tiger beast had already left quietly. Under Du Fan's lead, the others had set up a formation around them. At this moment, Fengjiu, who was on the tree, transmitted his voice to them. That nine-tailed spirit fox is back. Quickly hide. Hearing her words, Du Fan quickly led the others to hide. He hid his aura and hid under the cover of the night. Fengjiu, who was on the tree, was dressed in red, but the cover of the pitch-black night formed a very good camouflage. She hid her aura and looked at the white figure that was shuttling through the forest in the dark night. She couldn't hide her excitement. After searching for so long, they had finally found the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox. Chapter 42:40. She felt that this nine-tailed spiritual fox was the most suitable one to be her precious daughter's natal contract beast. It was one thing to see it in the painting, but now she saw it with her own eyes. As it ran and jumped, its 9 snow-white tails swayed behind it. It was so ostentatious and beautiful. As the nine-tailed spirit fox got closer and closer, its footsteps gradually slowed down. From time to time, it would look around and sniff the surroundings. Seeing this, her eyes moved slightly. She quietly skimmed through the night and went to the back to block its escape route. Even if it really sensed something, she would force it into the range of the bounded domain. In this way, she would not have to worry about it escaping again. Perhaps the nine-tailed spirit fox had really sensed the presence of a human. It stopped its hooves and lowered its body to look in front of it. Its pair of blue eyes stared intently in front of it. However, it retreated step by step. After a few breaths, it suddenly turned around and ran away. Feng Jiu didn't continue concealing herself when she saw this, and she directly flashed out from within the veil of night. At the same time, she flicked her sleeve, and the two cloud-devouring beasts and Senior White ran out from within the space to help obstruct the ancient nine-tailed fox. "You can't escape. Lie down obediently," Senior White shouted as he leaped up, transforming from a horse into a white dragon as he charged forward. The two cloud-swallowing beasts growled. They did not go forward but did not retreat. They just guarded it tightly to prevent it from escaping. Feng Jiu looked at the nine-tailed spiritual fox that turned around and looked at him while retreating. He could not help but smile and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I just want you to be my daughter's contracted beast." Chi. The white fox exhaled 2 breaths. It stared at Feng Jiu fiercely. It suddenly turned around and ran in the direction behind it. Seeing this, Feng Jiu chased after it. It crashed into the tactical matrix and wanted to break out. However, it was bounced back by the tactical matrix. It jumped and landed steadily. It squeaked and stared at Du Fan and the others who came out from the darkness. Finally, it leaped into the underground cave. "Not good," Feng Jiu exclaimed when he saw this, and quickly rushed forward. She didn't think that there was only one exit in this underground cave. Perhaps there were several exits inside. If they let it escape, they might never be able to catch it again. With a flick of her hand, she threw out a silver net towards the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox. It was so fast that it could be said that it was completed in an instant. The nine-tailed spirit fox entered the underground cave half a step slower. However, when it wanted to rush to the entrance of the cave, it was covered by a silver net. The silver net shrunk and trapped the nine-tailed spirit fox inside. Roar! It howled like a puppy and curled up its body. Its sharp claws flashed as it tried to tear the silver net apart, but it couldn't. Feng Jiu walked forward quickly and couldn't help but smile. It seems that it's still a cub. We should be glad that it's only a cub. If it was an adult, ancient nine-tailed spirit fox, it wouldn't be so easy to catch it. Du Fan and the others quickly came forward. Seeing the snow-white nine-tailed spirit fox struggling in the silver net, they couldn't help but smile happily. After such a long time, they finally caught the ancient spiritual fox. Chapter 42-41. "Congratulations, Master," Lung Shuang and Yi Feifei also said. This time, the little master's contract beast was found. "Ghost Doctor, is this ancient spiritual fox still a cub?" Wang Yu asked, looking at the little white fox lying on the ground and staring at them after struggling to no avail. Looking at it from such a close distance, it was really beautiful. Whether it was the eyes, the fur, or the 9 tails, they were all so beautiful that people could not help but want to go up and touch it. It's still a cub, so it's not very powerful and can't transform into a human shape. However, it should be able to speak human language. Feng Jiu said, squatting down to look at the snow fox, which was curled up in the silver net, and said with a smile, "I'll find you a master. In this way, you can grow up with her." Chi. The 9-tailed fox on the ground showed its teeth and made a chi-chi sound, as if it was showing its resistance. It stared at Feng Jiu and the others, and the next moment, its whole body suddenly emitted a snow-white light. This light was so dazzling that they could not help but close their eyes or block it with their hands. However, at that moment, Feng Jiu, Du Fan, and the others felt the world in front of them spin. It was as if they had been sucked into some place, and they lost consciousness in an instant. When the light dissipated, not only had Feng Jiu and the others disappeared, even Senior White, Tun Yun, and the others had disappeared. Even the ancient 9-tailed fox that was trapped by the silver net had disappeared as well. The vast area was completely empty, and it was as if they had never appeared at all. In the pitch-black forest, a gust of wind blew past, causing leaves to fall from the trees and scatter all around the area. A few hundred meters away from here, in the grass, the tiger beast was lying there with its eyes wide open. It watched as Feng Jiu and the rest disappeared from where they were, along with the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox that had been captured. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the ground in the early morning, Feng Jiu slowly opened his eyes. What came into his eyes was a sky that looked like burning clouds. Her chaotic thoughts cleared up in an instant. She leaped up and looked at the unconscious Du Fan and the rest lying around her, as well as the nine-tailed Arctic fox in the silver net. She remembered that the moment the light flashed, her whole body seemed to be sucked into some place. Almost instinctively, she put her contract beasts into the space. Then, everything went black, and she didn't know anything. Now, she'd scanned the area with her divine sense, and confirmed that Senior White and Tunyon were within the space. So, she was at ease. He got up and went to Lung Shuang's side to check on her. Then, he took out a bottle of medicine and placed it under her nose for her to smell. Not long after, she slowly woke up. "Master? Well, it's good that you're awake. Wake him up too." She handed the medicine to Lung Shuang and walked towards the ancient nine-tailed spirit fox that was still lying motionless on the ground. "Get up." She kicked lightly with her foot, and the nine-tailed spirit fox moved a little. In the next moment, it wanted to jump up vigilantly, but it was caught in the silver net and could only roll back to the ground. "It's good that you're awake. Let me ask you, where did you take us?" Feng Jiu asked, her gaze falling on the nine-tailed spirit fox. She remembered that this ancient nine-tailed spirit fox had a hidden ability, which was to travel through time and space and to any place in an instant. Chapter 4242. This was no longer the Cyan Demon Forest. Moreover, the spiritual aura in the air here was extremely weak, and the weather was extremely hot. Looking around, the ground was dry and cracked. Not to mention any trees, weeds, and forests. There was not a single living creature other than them. The nine-tailed fox turned its blue eyes and looked at the surrounding environment, but it did not speak. Instead, it closed its eyes like an angry child and did not want to talk to Feng Jiu at all. "Master, where are we?" Du Fan came over, rubbed his neck, and brushed the mud and dust off his body. He looked around with a surprised face. "I don't know where we are. This fox doesn't speak at all," Feng Jiu said, frowning slightly. He did not bother to ask the nine-tailed fox anymore. Instead, he looked around and said, "Let's find someone to ask about this place." "Okay." Everyone answered and stood around. Feng Jiu glanced at the nine-tailed fox. He flicked his sleeve and put it into the space. Then he said to them, "Let's go. Let's go ahead and have a look." Then he stepped forward. Feng Jiu walked fast in the front, and the people behind him also followed quickly. Du Fan and the others knew that she had a space, but when Wang Yu saw that she could put the nine-tailed fox into the space without a contract, she was slightly surprised. However, she did not ask much, and just thought that she should have some powerful space treasure. The current situation made him have no other thoughts. He saw that the people in front of him walked fast, so he also followed them. However, the road seemed to have no end. There was no end to it, and the weather was getting hotter and hotter. Even though they were all cultivators at this time, they couldn't help but sweat all over their clothes. They were sweating profusely from the heat. "Master, the weather here seems to be a bit wrong. It shouldn't be so hot," Du Fan said, and raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead. Feng Jiu replied, "And something is definitely not right. The main thing is that we don't even know where we are." She stopped walking and said to them, "Take a break and drink some water." Everyone stopped to rest. After drinking some water to calm themselves down, they continued to walk. Seeing that there was no sign of them, Feng Jiu directly flew forward on his glazed feather. The few people behind him also took out their magic tools and flew forward. However, what they didn't expect was that as time passed, they calculated that it should be sunset, but there was no sign of the sun setting in the sky. The weather was still so hot, and the sky was still as hot as noon. It should be evening now. The sun should be setting. As Lung Shuang spoke, he looked at the sun in the sky and said, "That sun doesn't seem to move. It just hangs there. This place is really strange." Du Fan said, because of the heat in the air, when they looked at the distant place, the heat in the air was slightly distorted and a city loomed. "Master, there seems to be a city in front," Du Fan said and looked ahead. Then he sped up and went forward. Chapter 42-43. Master, why does it seem like there's no end here? And there's no one here? Yi Fei said, swallowing his saliva and looking up. He only felt that the sun was giving him a headache. They had been exposed to the sun for a day, walking in front and flying in the back. But even so, after a long time, their bodies could not bear it. Moreover, it should be night, but the sun and moon had not yet risen. This kind of psychological torture was even more torturous. I don't know what's going on either. We can only continue to move forward and see if there's an oasis. Feng Jiu said, looking ahead. Flying in this desert, looking up, there was only sand, as if there was no end to this place, making people gradually feel anxious. Master, was the fantasy city we saw earlier a mirage? Du Fan asked, looking at Feng Jiu beside him. The illusory city that seemed to be right in front of them had long disappeared as they approached it. However, the scene looked very real, just like the mirages that he had seen in the books before. That's right, Feng Jiu replied, saying that mirage usually appears in the extremely hot desert or on the surface of the sea, but generally, this scene means that this place exists. Perhaps it's not far from us, or perhaps it's very far from us. She said slowly, looking at the bright sun in the sky, saying, we've been walking for a day and a night, but this place still looks like it's daytime, which reminds me of a place. What place? Du Fan asked. The nightless heaven. Feng Jiu said slowly, frowning slightly, saying, according to ancient records in the 3,000 worlds, there's a place called the nightless heaven. Here, there's no night, only day, and the sun never sets in the west, but the moon still rises. However, under the sunlight, even if the moon appears, very few people can see it. Ancient records say that the nightless heaven lacks spiritual power, and the weather is hot all year round. The people here live in an abyss of suffering, but I didn't expect that we would come here. This ancient nine-tailed spirit fox's ability is not small. It can actually let us travel through the world to another place. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to send us back, right? Du Fan asked, looking at Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu smiled bitterly, saying, you don't know this ancient nine-tailed spirit fox is still a cub. Now, it used up its remaining power to send us here. I guess, even if we want to go back now, it can't. Even though it was an ancient mythical beast, its cub's strength was still limited. It would not be able to do something as difficult as shuttling through space in a short period of time. Then we can't go back? Yi Fei couldn't help but ask. That won't be the case. Feng Jiu smiled, saying, my strength has recovered, and I'm the master of this world. It won't be difficult for me to leave this place, but it will be a bit troublesome. However, once the nine-tailed spirit fox recovers, it can take us away. The prerequisite is that it is willing to take us back. Chapter 42-44. They kept moving forward in the desert. Feng Jiu had been counting the time. After about 4 days and 3 nights of walking and stopping, they finally saw a city on the flying sword. Master, look, it's the city we saw a few days ago. Yi Fei said happily. He had been exposed to the sun for the past few days, and there was nothing to hide from the sun. His entire body was tanned. Not only her, but Wang Yu was also much darker. Only Feng Jiu, Du Fan, and Lung Shuang looked the same as before. Not for any other reason, but simply because the 3 of them had higher cultivations. The circulation of their spiritual energies naturally formed a protective layer around their bodies. Finally, we found a place to rest. It's been a tough journey. Du Fan sighed with a smile on his face. I just want to have a good sleep now. Wang Yu said. Her lips were a little chapped. Even if she didn't lack water, it was too much for her to bear in the sun. Let's find a place to have a good rest first. We'll talk about the rest later. As Feng Jiu spoke, she sped up on her rainbow-glazed feather until she reached the city gate. Only then did she put away her feather and land on the ground. Sleepless City. Feng Jiu looked at the 3 words on the city gate and read it softly. Why is the city gate closed? And there's no one here? Lung Shuang looked around. The city gate was closed, and no one could be seen. It should be night now. Du Fan said. He walked forward and patted the city gate. Is there anyone here? Open the city gate. However, there was only silence in response. He took a step back and looked at the city wall. He turned back to Feng Jiao and said, "Master, there seems to be a bounded domain in the city. If there was no bounded domain, they could directly enter from the city wall. Well, it's a defensive bounded domain." Feng Jiao looked up and said, "Let's go to the wall and wait. There's no sun over there, so it'll be cooler." Then he walked toward the wall. Seeing this, they followed him to the wall to rest. Sitting by the wall, they didn't get any sunlight. Now that they were sitting down, it was a little cooler. They took out water from the space and drank it. After resting for a while, they closed their eyes and rested against the wall. After an unknown period of time, the city gates opened and a group of about 100 people walked out. When they saw Feng Jiao and the others in the corner, they were all surprised. Why are there so many foreigners here? They look really good. Their cultivations seem to be very strong. The moment the city gate opened, Feng Jiao and the others opened their eyes. When they saw the people in white, their eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. Because those people were talking, the two middle-aged men in the lead shouted in a deep voice, "All right, quiet down." As they spoke, the two middle-aged men looked at each other and walked towards Feng Jiao's group. They cupped their hands and asked, "May I ask where you are from? And why are you resting under the city wall?" Feng Jiao stood up and raised his hand to brush off the dust on his clothes. He slowly said, "We came from afar and passed by this place. We wanted to find a place to rest, but the city gates weren't open, so we rested here." Chapter 42-45. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and said, "You are a guest. Since you have arrived at the Nightless City, please follow me to see our city lord." "Thank you for your trouble." Feng Jiao replied with a bow and followed him into the city. Seeing that the group was led by the middle-aged man to the front left, Feng Jiao's heart moved slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man who was leading the way and said, "My name is Feng Jiao. How should I address you?" My name is Gumayan. I'm almost 264 years old this year. Miss Feng can just call me Elder Yen." The middle-aged man said with a loud voice and steady footsteps. He chatted with Feng Jiao with a smile on his face. "It has been many years since outsiders have come to our Nightless City. You are a really rare guest to come here." Feng Jiao chatted with him while watching some people in the city put away the black cloth outside the house. He asked, "Why are the houses surrounded by black cloth in this city? Is it to block the sun?" "That's right. We are the Nightless Club here. There is no night in this Nightless City. If we often face the sun, no one can stand it. Therefore, we calculate the time. Every time it is time to rest at night, the people in our city will use black cloth to block the sun. This way, we can achieve the effect of night." Gumayan smiled and said, "Wearing clothes with heavy colors like you will absorb the sun. If you wear it for a long time, it will be very hot. The people in our city all like to wear white clothes. White clothes are cooler than other colors." Feng Jiao nodded and asked again, "Then what are those people who just left the city doing? We didn't see any oases or other towns on the way here. Where are they going?" "As I said earlier, this is a lone city. This is the only city within hundreds of miles. Therefore, other than this city, you won't be able to see any other cities. As for the team that left the city, it was because they were looking for a water source. The water source in our city is getting smaller and smaller, so they can only look for a new source of water." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. "But it's not easy to find a new water source. Just like what Miss Feng said earlier, this place is barren. There's nothing here, and water is even rarer and more precious." Feng Jiao chatted with him all the way and roughly understood the situation. When they arrived at the city lord's residence, they were invited to sit in the hall, and the middle-aged man left first. Not long after, an old man in a white robe walked in. The middle-aged man followed behind him and introduced Feng Jiao to him. Then he said to Feng Jiao, "This is the city lord of our Nightless City." When the old man came in, Feng Jiao and the others sized him up without batting an eyelid. Similarly, the old man sized up Feng Jiao and the others without batting an eyelid. Looking at Feng Jiao and the others, the more the old man looked, the more shocked he became. He also understood why these people from other places were brought to him. I've already heard about you from Elder Yen. However, you shouldn't be passing by here, right?" The old man walked in with a smile and sat down at the main seat. He looked at Feng Jiu and the others. Chapter 42-46. Every place in the Nightless Club was like this, not just here. Therefore, the word she asked before naturally exposed this point. The city lord, or even the person called Elder Yin, knew that they did not come from any place in the Nightless Club, but the so-called outsiders from other worlds. Thinking of this, the smile on her face deepened. "Where did you come from?" the city lord asked, and his eyes fell on Feng Jiu. After looking at her for a while, he noticed that the woman in red was the master of these people. "We were sent here by the spatial transmission array in the Azure Demon Forest," Feng Jiu said, but did not mention the ancient nine-tailed fox spirit. For other worlds, the old man just asked. Even if she said it, he might not know. Therefore, he just nodded and said, "It's been a long time since immortal cultivators from other realms have come to our place. I see that you are all very strong, and there are many more people here than us. I think that other realms should be a good place to cultivate." Feng Jiu smiled, glanced at Du Fan and the others, and said, "Well, the spirit of the world where we are is richer than here. However, the spirit here is not rich. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level." The city lord and the middle-aged man were both nascent soul stage cultivators. The former was at the peak, and the latter should have just entered the nascent soul stage not long ago. It was not easy to cultivate to this level in this place where there was not much spirit power. Since you came here by accident, then before you leave, stay here with me first. If you want to go to the city to look around, this old man can accompany you. He looked at Feng Jiu and the others. He did not know how high their strength was, but at least he knew that most of their strength was above him. "Then we'll bother you." Feng Jiu did not refuse and said, "We haven't slept for a few days all the way here. We have to trouble the city lord to prepare a room for us. We want to rest." "This is no problem." He called out, "Let the butler go down to prepare, and then let someone take them down." After watching them leave with the butler, the old man stood up with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at them with a pensive expression. Seeing this, Gu Mayan said, "City lord, if cultivators from other places can come here, can't we go to other places too?" "Sigh, it's easier said than done." The old man sighed and said, "I know what you mean, but the world we live in is a place where there is no night all year round. There's a lack of spiritual qi, and the highest cultivation is only at the peak of the Yuanying stage. Many cultivators have reached the peak of the Yuanying stage and died. Even if some wanted to break through to the flying immortal stage, I have never heard of anyone succeeding. The cultivators here are destined to be like this." Elder Yin said anxiously, "But, City Lord, look at Miss Feng and the others. They're all so young, yet their cultivations aren't inferior to ours. Since they can come here, why can't we take a gamble? If we can also go to the place where they are, perhaps our cultivation will be able to reach a higher level. Every world has its own people. This is the will of the heavens. Who can win against the heavens?" The old man shook his head and sighed before walking out. Chapter 42-47. They slept for 2 days and 2 nights. For the past few days, they had been exposed to the scorching sun. Now that they were in such a cool place, they could sleep peacefully on the bed. Naturally, they slept until they woke up before leaving the room. Knowing that they had not left the room, the city lord instructed the servants not to disturb them. Until 2 days later, when Feng Jiu and the rest left the room, the city lord ordered the servants to prepare food for them. "Master, do you want to walk around the city today?" Du Fan asked, his gaze falling on Feng Jiu. Since we have nothing to do, it's good to take a look," Feng Jiu said. Seeing that they had eaten their fill, he said, "Let's go to the front and find Elder Yin." As he said that, he walked out. The city lord and Elder Yin were talking as they walked towards the place where they lived. When they met them on the way, the two of them smiled and went up to greet them. "Miss Feng, how was the food?" the city lord asked with a smile. "The food was very good. We were just full, so we wanted to walk around the city," Feng Jiu said with a smile. That's great. We'll go with you." He smiled and gestured to them. "Please." Thus, Feng Jiu and the rest followed the two of them out of the city lord's residence and walked into the city. City lord, why did the city lord come out today?" Perhaps it was because the people in the city were familiar with the city lord. He accompanied them around the city and introduced them to the scenery of the city. Many people smiled and greeted him. Feng Jiao and the others were unfamiliar faces, not only because they were outstanding and eye-catching, but also because they were not wearing the same white clothes as the people here. Therefore, one could tell at a glance that they were from other places. They were curious about the people from other places and sized them up. However, because the city lord and Elder Yin were accompanying them, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. Feng Jiao looked around and said with a smile, "The city lord must be a rare and good city lord to be loved by the people here. Only those who served the people could win the hearts of the people." Although he was the city lord, he did not put on any airs. It could be seen that the people here were very supportive of him. I'm just doing something for the citizens. I'm not a good city lord." The city lord modestly waved his hand and smiled. Elder Yin said, "Miss Feng, you might not know this, but our nightless city is an isolated city. It's not easy to get goods, especially this kind of black cloth. It's even harder to find." The city lord formed a team to go out of the city every month and walk hundreds of miles to other cities to buy goods and trade. He even taught the people in the city to dye their own black cloth to block the sun. The city lord has done a lot for us, and the people in the city respect him very much. Feng Jiao was slightly surprised. "Oh, does this place leave the city once a month?" "Yes, it's a long journey. It takes a few days to come and go," the city lord said, and said to Feng Jiao, "Miss Feng, let's go to the front and have a cup of tea." "Okay." Feng Jiao responded and walked with them to the tea stall not far in front. There was a black net above the city to block the heat. The city was much cooler than outside the city. In addition, they had been here for a few days and gradually adapted to the heat here. Sitting at the tea stall, Feng Jiao asked, "City Lord, why does the sun of the Nightless Club not set in the west? Do you know the reason?" Chapter 42-48. The city lord took a sip of tea, paused for a moment, and said, "Tens of thousands of years ago, our world also had a master. However, according to legend, after the war with another monarch, the monarch of our world fell, and our world became a land without a master. That monarch did not recover this world, but set up a curse to let the people of our world live in the abyss of suffering for generations." Speaking of this, he sighed softly. "This is the hatred between the two monarchs, but it has affected the innocent us. From then on, there is no night in our world, no starry sky. For a long time, the weather here has been hot, and the water source is getting less and less." He looked at the teacup in his hand, looked at the tea in the cup, and said, "Maybe in less than a few hundred years, the people of our world will all die and become a land of death." Feng Jiao was silent, and she did not expect it to be such a reason. However, was it cursed by the monarch of the world? It could make the sun never set in the west. This made her somewhat puzzled. After all, even if the monarch of the world was a monarch, it was impossible to make the sun never set because of a curse, as he said. As far as I know, even the monarch of the world can't interfere with the operation of the sun, the moon, and the stars, right? Du Fan's voice came from the table next to her. "Yes, therefore, some powerhouses of the Nightless Club have discussed this problem, but there has been no answer. Here, for tens of thousands of years, the highest cultivation is the peak Yuanying stage cultivator. Perhaps it is because the spiritual power of this world is lacking, or it is because of other reasons there has never been a cultivator above the Yuanying stage." The city lord sighed softly and said, "Our strength is limited. Even if we want to break this curse, we can't start. Moreover, you came from other worlds, so you don't know that there is a Qilin mountain here. It is said that there is an ancient Qilin beast trapped there. That Qilin beast was the contract beast of the monarch of our world tens of thousands of years ago. Every once in a while, the powerhouses of the peak Yuanying stage will form a team to go to the Qilin mountain to find the Qilin beast, but they have been unable to find the location of the Qilin beast." Listening to this, Feng Jiao's heart moved slightly, and there was a strange color in her eyes. Ancient Qilin beast? There was actually an ancient Qilin beast in this place. She narrowed her eyes and took a sip of tea, suppressing the excitement in her heart. At first, she thought that little Yu-Er's contracted beast had been found, but she didn't know where to find little Mu Chen's contracted beast. She didn't expect that an ancient Qilin beast would be trapped in this place. Du Fan and the others were also slightly surprised. They looked at each other and then at Fengjiu. They saw that she was holding a teacup and seemed to be thinking about something. They remained silent and did not disturb her. How far is the Qilin mountain from here? Fengjiu put down his teacup and looked up at the city lord. Hearing this, the city lord was slightly stunned. He looked at Fengjiu and said, "It's at least 7 to 8 days' journey from here, and that's the speed of sword flight." As he spoke, he continued, "A few days ago, I received an invitation from several nascent soul cultivators to go to the Qilin mountain to search for the ancient Qilin. Since you return empty-handed every year, why do you still want to go every year?" Yi Fei asked curiously. Chapter 42-49. He looked at them and said, "Many cultivators have fallen in the Yuanying realm, and we just want to find a way to survive before that. Maybe if we find the ancient Qilin beast, we can also find a way to break the curse." Yi Fei seemed to understand but didn't ask again. "When did you guys agree to go to the Qilin mountain? We also want to go with you," Fengjiu said, looking at the city lord. After hearing her words, the city lord smiled. "Actually, even if Miss Feng didn't say it, I also wanted to invite you guys to go together. I can see that your cultivation is above ours. Maybe if you guys go together, you can find the Qilin beast." Fengjiu smiled and didn't say anything. "After I arrange the things in the city, it will take about 2 or 3 days. We can set off to meet the others. This time, the team in the city is going out of the city, so we can go together." The city lord looked at Fengjiu and the others and said with a smile, "Have a good rest these few days and recover your energy." Thus, they made a decision. After a few days, they would go out of the city to the Qilin mountain. This was an unexpected surprise for Fengjiu and the others. No one expected that there would be a trapped ancient Qilin beast. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Du Fan and the others went to Fengjiu's courtyard. "Master, it seems that the unseen world has already planned this. The ancient Qilin beast has disappeared for tens of thousands of years, but we didn't expect to meet it this time." Du Fan couldn't hide the joy in his voice. He was happy that the little master Mu Chen's contract beast was found. Ever since he knew that his 2 little masters were doomed, he had been worried. Now, the ancient nine-tailed fox was in his master's space, and now he knew that the ancient Qilin beast was trapped in this world. He believed that the 2 little masters will be able to turn misfortune into blessing and grow up safely. "I haven't seen it yet. After all, rumors are just rumors. Seeing is believing," Fengjiu said, looking at the others. "These 2 days, you should prepare well. In addition, Du Fan, there is a place to hide in the city lord's mansion. You go and tell the city lord to check the information about the curse." "Yes," Du Fan said. "I'll go now." Then he turned and walked out. Feng Nine looked at Wang Yu and said, "Wang Yu, you are not my subordinate. You shouldn't have been with me for so long. Now you have been with me for more than half a year. I believe you have seen a lot of things, but I want to remind you that there are some things that you should forget after you know them. There are some words that you'd better not say after you hear them." Hearing this, Wang Yu's heart shuddered, and she immediately said, "Don't worry, Ghost Doctor. Wang Yu, will never say anything more." Then, as if he was afraid that she would be worried, he pointed to the sky and swore, Wang Yu, swear that I will never inquire about things that I shouldn't know. I will never say anything that I shouldn't say. If I dare to talk nonsense, I will be struck by thunder." As soon as the voice fell, the spiritual power spread out. There was a sound of thunder in the sky, and then it disappeared. "Okay, you can leave." Fengjiu motioned him to leave first. "Yes," Wang Yu responded. Then she saluted and turned away. Chapter 42-50. After Wang Yu left, Lung Shuang and Yi Fei looked at each other and walked to Fengjiu's side. "Master, are you worried about him?" Lung Shuang asked. Fengjiu smiled and said, "That's not it. He's a good person. It's just that he's not like you guys, but he's been by my side and knows so many things. I have to remind him a thing or two, lest he doesn't know his limits in the future." She looked at them and said, "I don't know when I will be back. You go and prepare. Take all the things you need." "Yes," they answered, and then turned to prepare. After they left, Fengjiu got up and went back to the wing room. He stretched out his hand to set up a bounded domain and then flashed into the space. In the space, the ancient white fox was still trapped in the silver net. Lao Bai and the cloud-swallowing divine beast surrounded it and stared at it. This made it seem much more peaceful. In fact, as an ancient mythical beast, the nine-tailed fox was not afraid of white and the cloud-swallowing beast. However, the former was a mutated beast, while the latter was a super mythical beast, and their strength was not low. In addition, the nine-tailed fox was only in its infancy, and it was in their territory. Naturally, the situation was different. The nine-tailed fox had been pretending to be dead these days. It could not escape, so it could only close its eyes and ignore them. However, since it entered the space, it still secretly looked at it several times out of curiosity. It was surprised by the self-contained world, and even more surprised by the pure spiritual power, the precious medicine fields, the treasures piled up in the mountains, the spiritual spring, and the ancient golden lotus. It had never seen such a place before. How could a human have such a blessed place? "Master," seeing her come in, several contract beasts came to her with joy. Fengjiu patted their heads and walked forward to the nine-tailed fox. He squatted down and looked at it lying on the ground. "You have so many contract beasts. Why do you still catch me? Let me go." The nine-tailed fox shouted and bared its teeth at Fengjiu. "I spent so much effort to catch you. Do you think I will let you go?" Fengjiu smiled and reached out to play with the nine-tailed fox's tail. He said, "You look very cute, but your temper is not very good. Don't touch my tail." The nine-tailed fox swept its tail and withdrew it. Its blue eyes stared at Fengjiu angrily. Fengjiu took back his hands and crossed them. He squatted on the ground and looked at the nine-tailed fox. He said, "You see, I have so many contract beasts, and I have an ancient mythical beast, Fire Phoenix. You should have felt the ancient aura on me. So, I don't want you to be my contract beast. I want you to be my daughter's contract." "Contract. I catch. You." She stretched out her hand and hung the nine-tailed fox with the silver net. She stood up and said, "Therefore, you have to temper your temper. After all, my daughter is still young. If you act like this, you will scare her. I don't want to be a contract beast for a human. I will not form a contract with a human. Don't think you can make me submit." The nine-tailed fox shouted angrily. It struggled, but it could not do anything to Fengjiu. Chapter 42:51. Hearing this, the little fox widened its eyes in shock. I am an ancient nine-tailed fox spirit. I'm not an ordinary fox." Fengjiu's eyes flashed. She glanced at it and said coldly, "If you weren't an ancient nine-tailed fox spirit, do you think you would have survived until now?" The little fox saw the cold light in her eyes and her threatening words. For a moment, its blue eyes were filled with grievance and fear. It said in a trembling voice, You humans are really bad. Since you know that, you'd better control your temper. Otherwise, you're going to suffer." As Fengjiu spoke, she glanced at it and said, "You are the contract beast that I prepared for my daughter, but I really don't feel at ease with your character. Now, I will take you with me and temper you. When I go back in the future, I will cancel the contract with you and let you re-establish a live contract with my daughter." Before the little fox could object, she made an ancient seal with her hands and softly chanted the contract language. Spiritual energy surged, and ancient contract runes appeared under the feet of the human and beast. As the runes under Fengjiu's feet disappeared, they turned into a ray of light and entered the little fox's forehead to complete the contract. The little fox wanted to resist, but its spiritual energy was firmly suppressed. In the end, after the contract was completed, Fengjiu waved her hand and put away the silver net that trapped the little fox. She said, "You can move freely in here, but don't touch anything, especially those spiritual herbs and the golden lotus in the spirit spring. If you touch anything, be careful of your fox skin." Hearing this, the little fox shrank and lay on the ground, not daring to look at her. Now that it was contracted to her as a servant beast, As long as she wanted, it could not do anything even if she skinned it alive. Seeing that the threat was effective, Fengjiu's expression softened. She said, "Of course, if you are obedient, the benefits you will get will be much better than cultivating in the Cyan Demon Forest. Just look at the contracted beasts in my space, and you will know. None of them are weaker than you." The little fox looked at the two cloud-swallowing beasts, Lao Bai and the white tiger, then lowered its head in dejection. This human was a freak. Her space was also a freak. Even the contract beasts inside the space weren't ordinary. The contracted beasts looked at each other and thought to themselves, "Master is still the best. All right, now tell me, when will your teleportation ability recover?" Fengjiu asked. The little fox raised its head and looked at her with a pair of blue eyes. It asked, "How do you know I have the ability to travel through space?" After asking the question, a trace of annoyance appeared in its eyes. Wasn't it asking for nothing? How could they not know that he had brought them to this place? One of the hidden abilities of the ancient nine-tailed fox is to travel through space. Fengjiu glanced at it and said slowly, "When will it recover?" The little fox sprawled on the ground listlessly. Her eyes flashed as she whispered, "I don't know. I'm still in my infancy, and I'm not even sure of my own abilities. I don't know when I'll be able to recover." Chapter 4252. After instructing Lao Bai and the others to keep an eye on it, Fengjiu flashed out of the space. In the room, she took out her communication jade and told Xianyuan Mose about what had happened. Then, she asked about the two children's current situation and waited for his reply. In the distant mansion, Xianyuan Mose held his communication jade and listened to Fengjiu talk about what had happened over there and the discovery of the ancient mythological Qilin beast. A trace of a smile flashed through his eyes, and he beckoned to the two children who were playing. "Mu Chun Yuer, come here." "Daddy, Daddy, brother snatch my Qiu." The little one ran over with her short legs and threw herself into Xianyuan Mose's arms. Her pink little mouth pouted as she complained to Xianyuan Mose in a childish voice. On the other side, Mu Chun, who was wearing a white robe, stood there with a rattan ball in his hand. When he heard little Yu complaining to her father, he also walked forward and handed the rattan ball to her. "For you." Xianyuan Mose looked at the small handprint on his son's white robe, and then at his son's sullen face as he handed the rattan ball to his daughter. He reached out and rubbed his head. "You're the older brother, so you have to give in to your younger sister. All right, you can play with the ball for a while, but you can't play with it for too long. Your mother sent you a message. Do you want to hear her voice?" When the two children heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They squeezed into his arms and grabbed his robe. "Daddy, Daddy, where is Mother? Where is Mother?" Fengjiu had been gone for 7 to 8 months, and the two children were already more than 2 years old. Gradually, they couldn't remember Fengjiu's appearance, but they still remembered that their mother gave them a sense of security and warmth. Daddy said that their mother had gone to help them find a contracted beast and would bring it back to play with them. They had been waiting and hoping that their mother would come back soon. Mother hasn't returned yet, but she caught a little fox for you, The corners of Xianyuan Mose's lips curled up slightly. Looking at the two soft children's delicate faces and the portrait of their eyebrows, he also missed Fengjiu very much. "Mother, did you catch the little fox for you, If Mother catches the little fox, will the little fox miss its mother?" "Daddy, you're Mrs. Mommy. Does little fox miss Mommy too?" The little girl's delicate face scrunched up as she asked in a childish voice, "Daddy, you're Mrs. Mommy." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's eyes softened. He reached out and carried you, to sit on his lap. "No, because little fox doesn't have a mother." "Doesn't little fox have a mother? Why didn't the little fox have a mother? Then can you be little fox's mother?" The little fellow blinked her pair of watery eyes as she looked at Xianyuan Mose. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and puzzlement. Hearing so many whys, Xianyuan Mose shook his head and smiled helplessly. When talking to children, sometimes one topic could lead to many topics. And the question they asked the most was why. When little Mukin heard that his mother had already caught the little fox for his sister, he couldn't help but reach his little hand out to tug at the corner of Xianyuan Mose's shirt. "Daddy, did Mother catch the little beast for me?" he asked. Chapter 42:53. The two little guys quietly leaned in Xianyuan Mo's arms and listened to the voice coming from a jade pendant. It was their mother's voice. When they were young, their mother often coaxed them to sleep. That voice was very familiar and made them feel at ease. Little Mu Chin's eyes lit up when he heard that his mother had found the ancient mythical Qilin beast. Because his mother said that she was going to catch it for him, she was now helping him catch the Qilin beast. After the light from the communication jade pendant faded, Xianyuan Mose looked at the two and asked, "Do you want to talk to your mother?" "Yes, yes." The two little guys nodded heavily, their faces full of hope. Seeing this, he took out two communication jade pendants and handed them to them. "This communication jade pendant belongs to your mother. I'll give each of you one. Keep it well. In the future, as long as you hold this communication jade pendant in your palm and speak to it, your mother will know." Under the surprised gazes of the two little fellows, he placed two communication jades in their little hands and said, "However, your mother's family is out there, and she might be in danger sometimes. So, don't send messages to her with the communication jades so that she won't be distracted." "Yes, yes. Daddy, we know." The two little guys clenched the jade pendant in their hands and hurriedly agreed. "All right, you've played for quite a while today. Let me test you on how well you've memorized the mantra. Who wants to go first?" Xianyuan Mose asked as his gaze fell upon the two children. Little Yu blinked her big eyes and looked at Mu Chun, then at her father. Finally, she said crisply, "Brother goes first." Thus, Mu Chun withdrew from Xianyuan Mose's arms. Just as he was about to recite the mental cultivation method, he heard his father's voice. "Wait." As Xianyuan Mose spoke, he looked at the little one in his arms and said, "You go down. Stand there and don't move." "Oh." The little one responded and obediently went down to stand. Xianyuan Mose stretched out his hand and set up a soundproof enchantment. When he saw the little one staring at him with her eyes and mouth wide open, he smiled and said, "Stand still. It will be your turn soon." Lung Hua and Qin Xin, who had been standing quietly in a corner, exchanged glances with each other and smiled faintly at the sight of this. The two little masters had two different personalities. Little Mu Chan was like a little adult, while little Yu was like a mischievous ghost. These two children played together all day long, and they were extremely fond of them. Listening to little Mu Chan reciting the cultivation chant in his soft and gentle voice, little Yu, who was inside the soundproof barrier, started to become somewhat anxious. The two of them didn't feel that it was funny. With just one look, he knew that little Yu definitely hadn't studied properly. He reckoned that she still hadn't memorized the mnemonic chant. Sure enough, when it was her turn, she recited intermittently and missed a lot. He couldn't help but sweat for her. After a long time, the child's soft and gentle voice finally stopped. At this time, the courtyard was quiet, and there wasn't the slightest sound. Finished reciting? After a long time, Xianyuan Mose asked. I finished reciting." Little Yu lowered her head and softly answered. "Then tell me, between you and Mu Chun, who recited it better?" Xianyuan Mose asked again. Little Yu raised her head and looked at her brother. She whispered, "Brother recited it better than you." "Then tell me, why did he recite it better than you?" Xianyuan Mose asked again. Chapter 42:54. The little one hung her head and pouted her bright red lips as she played with her fingers. From time to time, she would sneak a peek at her father. Seeing him looking at her with a calm face, she couldn't help but bite her lips. Then she looked at Lung Hua and Qin Xin, who were standing in the corner. Seeing that they didn't step forward to speak up for her, her eyes couldn't help but redden. Her head hung even lower, and her soft voice carried a trace of sobbing as she said, because Yu was playful and didn't complete Daddy's task." Xianyuan Mose didn't coax her. He only looked at her and said, "Raise your head and look at Daddy." Little Yu blinked her eyes. At the same time she raised her head, her tears also fell. She pitifully looked at her father. "Did Daddy hit you?" Xianyuan Mose asked. The little one shook his head. "Then did Daddy scold you?" he asked again. The little one still shook his head. "Since Father didn't hit you or scold you, and you didn't finish the chants that Father made you memorize because you wanted to play, Then why are you crying? Xinyuan Mose asked as his gaze fell on her little face. Hearing these words, little Yu thought for a bit and reached out to wipe her tears. She said, Daddy, Yu was wrong. Yu will change. Yu will obediently memorize the chant in the future and won't be playful or cry anymore. Chen will also be obedient and listen to Daddy's words. He won't cry anymore. The little one at the side also said. Hearing this, Xinyuan Moses' expression relaxed. He nodded and stretched out his hand towards them. When the two children saw this, they immediately rushed forward and threw themselves into his embrace. They softly called out, Daddy. Xinyuan Mose held the two children's hands and looked at them with a serious expression. He said, You're still young and don't understand many things. But you must know that Daddy and Mommy won't harm you. Daddy and Mommy are very powerful people, and we also have a lot of enemies. You're our children, so you must cultivate well. Only this way, in the future, even if Daddy and Mommy aren't by your side, you'll be able to protect yourselves. Do you understand? The two children nodded as if they understood and looked at each other. Go. You can only go play after you memorize the chants today. Xinyuan Mose glanced at Lung Hua. Lung Hua stepped forward and said to the two children, Let's go. I'll take you out. The two children glanced at their father before following Lung Hua outside. Seeing Xinyuan Mose sitting there, Qin Xin went forward to make him a pot of hot tea and then quietly left. Outside, Yu, who was leaving with Lung Hua, looked up at Lung Hua and asked, Uncle Hua, when will you grow up? Hearing this, Lung Hua gently smiled. Yu, do you want to grow up? And Yu wants to grow up quickly. When Yu grows up, Yu can also be as powerful as father and mother. She said in a childish voice, as if she had already forgotten that she was crying earlier. Stupid. Little Mukin glanced at her and said, If you don't memorize the chant properly, you won't be powerful when you grow up. He said, looked at Lung Hua and asked, Uncle Hua, when will you teach us how to use spiritual power? Daddy said that we need to use spiritual power to activate the communication jade, but I don't know how to use it. Chapter 42:55. When they were still in Master's stomach, they had already absorbed the pure spiritual power in Master's body and formed innate spiritual power. In the future, as long as they cultivated, it would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to teach them cultivation. After all, no matter how intelligent they were still only 2-year-old children. Uncle Hua, then how do I use the communication jade token to talk to Mother? Little Muchin asked. He got his mother's communication jade token from his father, so he naturally hoped to use it. Lung Hua smiled and said, This is simple. I'll teach you how to use it later. When the two little guys heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. With a happy face, they followed him to the study to memorize the incantation. At night, little Mu-chan lay on the bed covered with a quilt and looked at the communication jade token in his hand. He held the communication jade token tightly in his hand according to the method Lung Hua taught him. After guiding the spiritual power in his body to stimulate the jade token, he saw the jade token emit a soft light. The little guy was happy and a big smile appeared on his face. He nervously swallowed his saliva and carefully called out, Mother, I'm Chan. Mother, do you still remember Chan? Today, Father gave me and little sister a communication jade token each. In the future, when Chen misses Mother, Chen can talk to Mother. Mother, Chen is very obedient. Father asked Chen and little sister to memorize the incantation. Chen has memorized it. As he spoke, he thought for a while, and his soft voice was filled with longing. Chen hasn't seen Mother for a long time. Chen misses Mother very much. Mother, when will you come back? He loosened his hand and felt the spiritual power withdraw. The light on the communication jade also dissipated. He lay on the bed and didn't move. He just looked like that. He wondered if Mother would reply to him in a while. Brother. Little Yu-er's childish voice came from outside the room. Before little Mu-chun could react, the door was pushed open and the little one trotted in with his little feet and headed towards the big bed in the inner room. Brother, Why did my communication jade token light up? If it doesn't light up, does that mean Mother can't hear you or? Brother, what should I do? What should I do? You wants to speak with Mother. The little person was lying on the edge of the bed, pulling at the quilt on the bed. He wanted to pull the quilt and climb up, but he was short and his legs were short. He did not have enough strength. Muchin sat up and said, "Take off your boots." "Oh." Little Yu responded and looked left and right. She then moved a small stool to the side and used it as a stepping pad. After taking off her small boots, she climbed up on all fours. Muchin lifted the blanket and gestured for her to come in. Thus, the two children lay on the bed and chatted with the jade tablet. Outside, Bai Qingsheng appeared out of nowhere. She glanced at the room and quietly closed the door for the two children. "Big brother, did you talk to Mother?" Little Yu asked curiously when she saw the communication jade tablet in his hand. "Yes, I did." Muchin nodded in response. When she heard this, her eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "Really? Did Mother talk to you? What did Mother say?" "Mother hasn't replied yet," Muchin said and looked at the communication jade tablet in his hand. Brother, teach me how to use it. I also want to talk to Mother." Yu pulled on his sleeve and said. Chapter 4256. At the same time, in the Nightless Club, Fengjie was resting in her room. When she heard the message sent by Xinyuan Mose through the communication jade tablet, her eyes couldn't help but soften. The two kids missed her so much. When she heard Mose say that he had reprimanded Yu today, she couldn't help but chuckle. Compared to her, he loved his daughter more, but she didn't expect that he would reprimand her. Originally, she thought that since he doted on his daughter so much, she didn't know what kind of unruly character she would become in the future. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't happen. As for, in her opinion, he taught her well. Feeling that the communication jade tablet was moving, she was slightly surprised. When she took it out to listen, she didn't expect that it was a soft and childish voice. It's Chun-Er's voice. Her heart was sour, and she clenched the communication jade tablet in her hand. When she left, they were just babbling, and now they were talking so much. When she heard her son's voice from the communication jade tablet, her eyes couldn't help but become misty. How could she not miss them? But now, she couldn't return to their side because she hadn't finished her task. So, she used the communication jade to send a message back to them. On the other side, Muchin, who was sitting at the head of the bed, looked at his sister. He saw that she had tried many times, but failed to light up the communication jade tablet with her spiritual power. From time to time, he would tell her what to do. At the same time, he looked at the communication jade tablet in his hand, waiting for his mother to reply to him. "Brother, you can't light it up," the little one said, somewhat discouraged. "You can try again. If it really doesn't work, I can help you and let you talk to Mother." Little Muchin said. When his voice fell, the communication jade tablet in his hand emitted a gentle light. He was pleasantly surprised and said, "Sister, look." Mother replied to me. Seeing this, little Yu hurriedly went forward and said, Brother, quickly listen to what Mother said." Bai Qingsheng, who was guarding outside the room, heard the words inside and smiled. She raised her head to look at the starry night and couldn't help but think of her younger brother in another continent. Back then, she had brought her younger brother to seek refuge with her master. She had stayed by her master's side, while her younger brother had been assigned to work in her master's business. After so many years, they had been apart more than together. In the room, the two little guys were carefully listening to the voice from the communication jade. Mother knows that Chun-Er is the most obedient. Mother also misses you and you. It's just that Mother has to help you catch contract beasts and can't go back now. However, it won't be long before Mother can go home to accompany you. Chun-Er is the older brother, so you have to take care of your younger sister. Mother has brought you a lot of gifts, so you must listen to your father and wait for Mother to come home. Yes, Chun-Er will definitely be obedient. Chun-Er will also take care of little sister. Little Muchin said as he held the jade token in his hand. Upon seeing this, little Yu, who was at the side, promptly said, Yu will also be obedient. Yu will also take care of big brother. Little Muchin, who was next to her, heard this and glanced at her. He obviously did not believe her words. He put away the communication jade tablet and said, "Father said that I can't use it too often so that Mother won't be distracted. Let's sleep." Chapter 42:57. Although they had memorized the mnemonic chant, they couldn't understand what it meant. He wanted to cultivate properly, so he had to quickly learn how to read. This way, in the future, he could be like what his father and Uncle Hua said. Mother could refine pills when she read, and she could cultivate by herself when she read. Hearing his words, little Yuri finally calmed down. She closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled. She kept repeating in her heart, "Yuri, sleep, sleep." 2 days later, Fengjiu brought the little fox out of her space of the Nightless Club. She looked at its 9 conspicuous tails and said, "You can turn these 9 tails into one, right?" When the little fox heard her words, it looked back at its tails and hid them one by one, leaving only one behind. Fengjiu revealed a satisfied smile and stretched out her hand. "Come up." The little fox paused for a moment and jumped into her arms. "Don't speak in front of people, so as not to scare them. I'll take you out for a stroll and let you see the world outside the Cyan Demon Forest." As she spoke, a medicinal pill appeared in her hand. It emitted a rich, spiritual aura and a sweet fragrance. When the little fox saw the medicinal pill in her palm, its eyes lit up. It rolled its tongue and immediately swallowed the medicinal pill. In the past 2 days, although she had been fierce to it and had threatened it, she had treated it extremely well. From time to time, she would give it pills to eat. Every time it ate those pills, it would feel a burst of comfort throughout its body, and its cultivation would also increase a little. After 2 days, it saw that there were so many benefits to following her, so it gradually accepted her. She had said that she wouldn't form a contract with it and would leave it to her daughter. What kind of daughter would she be? Fengjiu stroked its head and walked out. Lung Shuang, Du Fan, Yi Fei Fei, and Wang Yu were already waiting outside the courtyard. When they saw her come out, they greeted her and went forward with her. The Nightless Club's monthly trip was usually led by the city lord, but today it was led by Elder Yin and another middle-aged man. Hundreds of people were waiting outside the city lord's gate. "I heard that the guests from other places will be following us today, and the city lord seems to be bringing them to the Qilin Mountain." "Yes, I heard from Elder Yin that those people seem to be very strong. The city lord thinks highly of them. Actually, I'm quite curious about where they came from. Could it be that they are stronger than the city lord? I don't know." The sounds of discussion could be heard as the city gate was opened and a few people walked out. Occasionally, there would be silence. They stood upright, quietly looking at the city lord and the few people who walked out. "Greetings, city lord." Everyone's voices rang out at the same time. They were orderly and loud, reverberating in the air, causing one's expression to shake. The city lord raised his hand and said, "Everyone, I believe that Elder Yin has already told you that I will go with you on this trip, but I will not return with you. You have to be extremely vigilant on the way." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. The city lord turned to look at Fengjiu and the others and said, "Miss Feng, let's go." Fengjiu nodded slightly and followed them out of the city gate. After the mighty team exited the city gate, they all rode on their swords and followed the signs on the road. Chapter 42:58. "Miss Feng, this is the map you asked for." The city lord took out a map and sat down beside her. He spread it open and said, "That day, you should have gone in this direction. There's a desert in this direction, and not a single blade of grass grows. It's extremely hot, and there's no water source. If cultivators from other places enter this place by mistake, they'll either get lost or die of thirst due to the sun. You were really lucky that day." Fengjiu looked at the map. Indeed, there was a desert in one direction on the map, and there was no oasis at all. In comparison, although there were no cities or people for hundreds of miles in this direction, there were trees along the way, so it was still feasible. "Looking at the distance, we're not far from where we're going," Fengjiu said. "That's right. This time, we traveled faster and shortened the distance. Based on this speed, we'll reach Infinite City in 1 day." He pointed at a town drawn on the map. Then, the city lord told Fengjiu about the layout of this place and the location of Qilin Mountain. While the city lord, Fengjiu, and Du Fan were engrossed in their conversation, Elder Yin had already ordered people to set up camp and rest. Black tents were erected in the small forest, creating a unique scenery. City Lord, Miss Feng, the tents are set up. You can go and rest first. Hearing that, the city lord looked at Feng Jiao and said, Miss Feng, you can go and rest for a while. Rest up before you continue. As he spoke, he looked at Du Fan and said apologetically, the tents are limited, so I'll have to trouble Brother Du and Brother Wang to stay in the same place. Du Fan smiled and said, as long as the city lord makes the arrangements, we can stay anywhere. Feng Jiao smiled and walked towards the tents with the city lord and the others. The three women shared a tent. The city lord, Du Fan, and Wang Yu shared a tent, and the others squeezed together. Feng Jiao and the others entered the tent, while Du Fan and Wang Yu followed the castellan to another tent. Seeing many people patrolling outside, Du Fan stopped and asked, Castellan, is there any danger in this area? Oh, there won't be any humans, but there will be ferocious beasts. Maybe we won't encounter them, but it's always good to be on alert in advance. Hearing this, Du Fan nodded and went in with Wang Yu. The black tent blocked out the dazzling sunlight. Although it was dim, it made people feel comfortable. They lay down on the mats inside to rest, while there were still people patrolling outside. On Feng Jiao's side, as soon as Fei laid down and exhaled softly, the little spirit mouse in her arms scurried out and jumped around her body while squeaking. Don't be noisy. Hurry up and rest. Fei reached out to grab it and stuffed it into her arms. Unexpectedly, the little thing squeaked again. Feng Jiao, who was sitting cross-legged, stroked the little fox lying next to him and said with a smile, Fei, your treasure-hunting mouse has been quiet, but it keeps squeaking here, and it seems that it wants to take you to find something. You better go. Hearing Feng Jiao's words, Fei, who was still a little tired, immediately sat up and her eyes lit up. Master, do you think there will be any treasures around here? I don't know. Feng Jiao shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 42:59. Master, I'll go take a look. Fei got up and prepared to go out. Lung Shuang, you go with them. Feng Jiao gestured and looked at Lung Shuang. Yes, Lung Shuang replied. She left the tent with Fei and headed to the back. When the patrolman saw the two of them leave the tent, he couldn't help but look at each other and said, Why did they go there? Should we tell Elder Yin and the others? It's better to tell them in case something happens. As the other person spoke, he walked towards another tent and told Elder Yin about Lung Shuang and Fei's departure. Elder Yin thought for a while and said, Don't worry about it. They shouldn't have gone far. Besides, since Miss Feng didn't say anything, it means she allowed it. Don't worry. Yes. The patrolling cultivator responded and left. The spirit mouse jumped on the ground and led Fei and Lung Shuang deeper into the tent. After walking for a long distance, it stopped at a small spring. There's a spring here, Fei said in surprise. She went forward and drank some water. Then she took out a magic tool from her space and filled it with water. She looked at the little spirit mouse and said, You brought us here to find this spring? It's not a treasure. Squeak, 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 squeak. The little spirit mouse squeaked and used its front paws to scratch at the edge of the spring. You said there's a treasure in the spring? Fei blinked. He was a little surprised, but he didn't doubt it. Instead, he went forward to take a closer look. This small spring wasn't big, but the water was extremely clear. Moreover, there was a spiritual aura permeating the air. The source of the water seeped up from the ground, but he didn't know why it became spiritual water. Elder Sister Lung Shuang, this water seems to be spiritual water. Fei looked back at her and said in surprise, Look inside the spring. Lung Shuang said and gestured for her to look. Okay. Fei replied and rolled up her sleeves. She reached out and touched the spring. It doesn't seem to be anything. There are only some stones in the sand below. As Fei spoke, he retracted his hand and looked at the spring water again. He found that there was a faint flash of light in the water. It seems like there really is a treasure here. She happily reached out her hand towards the spot where the light came from. Not long after, she pulled out a bead the size of an egg from the sand. Sister Lung Shuang, what kind of bead is this? Yi Fei showed her the bead. Long Shuang took it and glanced at the place where the spring water was originally gushing out. There was still water seeping out, but it had lost its spiritual energy. She retracted her gaze and looked at the pearl in her hand. She saw that the pearl was suffused with a water-blue luster, and there seemed to be water ripples surging inside. She said, "This should be a water spirit pearl, but I have never seen such a big water spirit pearl. Then let's take it back and show it to Master." Yi Fei grabbed the little spirit mouse and stuffed it into his arms. Then he walked back with Long Shuang. Feng Jiu was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw the two of them walking in. Chapter 4260. Feng Jiu took it and looked at it, saying, "It's definitely a water spiritual pearl, and it's an extremely rare treasure. Most water spiritual pearls are only the size of an egg yolk. Very few are as big as this one." She handed the water spiritual pearl back to her, saying, "Keep it well." Hearing this, Yi Fei pushed it back, saying, "Master, keep it. It's useless to me." Feng Jiu smiled, saying, "Although this water spiritual pearl is a rare treasure, it's useless to me, so keep it. Maybe it'll be useful in the future." Hearing her words, Yi Fei put the bead away. Everyone has their own opportunities. This spiritual mouse that you found by chance is really good. Feng Jiu glanced at the spiritual mouse that poked its little head out of her arms. Hearing this, Yi Fei smiled happily, saying, "It doesn't have any other abilities. It only knows how to find treasures. All right, let's rest." Feng Jiu gestured, then closed her eyes to rest. Long Shuang and Yi Fei saw this, and also rested at the side. The cultivators patrolling outside took turns, and not long after the next group of cultivators patrolled, they heard the ground shake slightly, as if something was coming this way. "Not good, it's ferocious beasts." A cultivator shouted, and the cultivators in the tent quickly came out to prepare for battle. There were no towns around them. If there were any, it would be ferocious beasts. "It sounds like there are a lot of them. Everyone be on guard. Be on guard." Elder Yin shouted in a deep voice, and the cultivators quickly formed a protective circle around them, uniformly protecting the city lord, Feng Jiu, and the others in the middle. Hearing the commotion, the city lord, Du Fan, and Wang Yu came out, and after seeing the situation, the city lord shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, "I didn't expect to be attacked by ferocious beasts here." Du Fan took a look. There were dozens of ferocious beasts that looked like bulls but were not bulls, with hard skin and a sharp horn on their head. They were large and strong, and at this moment they were charging towards them. Wherever the vicious beasts passed, a cloud of dust was raised. Many trees were destroyed, and the ground trembled slightly because of their heavy footsteps. This is a herd of beasts. Their ranks aren't high, so it'll be easy to deal with them. When Du Fan was about to help with Wang Yu, a little white fox rushed in front of them. It stood on top of the tent, raised its head, and squeaked at the ferocious beasts. Roar! For a moment, the ferocious beasts let out roars, and their running hooves abruptly stopped. They looked at the little white fox on top of the tent, and in the next moment, they all let out a low howl and retreated backwards, not daring to take another step forward. Seeing this, the little fox proudly raised its head and puffed its chest out, leaving the hundreds of cultivators standing in the wind in disarray as they looked at the unbelievable scene in front of them in shock. Even the city lord, who had seen a lot, was stunned at this time. He watched in disbelief as the little fox entered Feng Jiu's tent. Only then did he recover and look at Du Fan, asking, "Brother Du, the little fox had been following them when they left the city, but he didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a little fox spirit. Unexpectedly, when the little white fox appeared, those ferocious beasts didn't even dare to fight and retreated backwards." Chapter 4261. That's my master's pet. Du Fan smiled and didn't say much. Oh, the city lord didn't ask any more questions. His tense heart relaxed slightly, and he let out a light sigh. It would be best if they didn't have to fight. If they did, they would inevitably be injured, and it would be troublesome to return. "I can't sleep now. Why don't you have a chat with us, City Lord?" Du Fan said with a smile. He didn't plan to rest anymore, but wanted to talk to him about the nightless club. The city lord didn't refuse and returned to the tent to chat with them. Watching them enter the tent, Elder Yin and the others looked on with strange expressions. A little fox could actually scare off those ferocious beasts? What kind of fox was that little fox? How could it be so powerful? Feng Jiu and the other two slept in the tent until Du Fan and the others came to wake them up. The group continued on to their destination. A day later, when their group arrived outside a city gate, the city lord smiled and said to Feng Jiu beside him, "This is the place." Infinite City is the largest town in this area, and it's also the most prosperous trading city. A few years ago, the population of this city was estimated to be more than 1 million people. The city is divided into 4 gates: east, west, north, and south. We'll enter the east gate from here, which is also the closest city gate to us. Feng Jiu nodded and said, "Are all the people we've agreed on waiting here?" "That's right. The meeting place is the city lord's official residence. Allow me to inform Elder Yin and the others, then I'll go with Miss Feng." As he spoke, he turned back to instruct Elder Yin and the other middle-aged leader to lead the group into the city to purchase and trade. Only then did he enter the city with Feng Jiu and the others and head towards the city lord's official residence. The group didn't follow them after entering the city. Feng Jiu, the city lord, and the others walked into the city and were quickly attracted by the bustle of the city. The sky above the city was also covered by a black net to block out the sun. The temperature in the city was relatively cooler than outside. The people of Infinite City didn't all wear white, but they all wore plain or light-colored clothes. The people here were exposed to the sun all year round, so their skin was usually darker. Even the most beautiful women looked slightly inferior because of their dark skin. Therefore, when Feng Jiu and Lang Shuang appeared in the city, whether it was men or women, elderly or children, they all looked at them with amazement and curiosity. Not to mention that the two of them were extremely beautiful. Just their skin of ice and jade was something that they rarely saw. Not to mention that one of these two beauties was wearing a dazzling red dress, while the other was wearing a black dress that was cold and elegant. It was difficult for people to not notice them. Although Yi Fei was also quite beautiful, she paled in comparison to the two's radiance. On top of that, she was slightly tanned from the sun, so she was naturally overlooked. However, she didn't mind and instead looked at the things in the city curiously. She looked around the stalls and quickly caught up with Feng Jiu and the others. A few cultivators who were collecting fees at the stalls saw Feng Jiu and Lang Shuang, and their eyes lit up with amazement. They nudged the cultivators beside them with their elbows to signal them, then walked forward with the coins in their hands. They didn't even look as they walked, obviously intentionally bumping into Feng Jiu and Lang Shuang. Chapter 4262. Bang! She only kicked the person in front of her. The person in front of her flew out and naturally crashed into the people behind him. In a moment, those people all groaned and fell to the ground. She smiled embarrassedly and said, "It seems like I used too much strength." Feng Jiu smiled slightly and did not say anything. He only glanced at those people indifferently. "Stinking woman, you dare to kick me." Perhaps it was because he was used to being arrogant in this city, but after being kicked and falling to the ground, he immediately jumped up and waved his fist at Yi Fei with a fierce look in his eyes. Hitting a woman? Du Fan raised her eyebrows and closed the fan in front of her chest. She did not even move her hand and directly kicked out again. Kacha! With a cracking sound, that cultivator's fist was kicked by Du Fan's foot. The bone between his thumb and index finger was broken. Suddenly, a shrill scream came out from that cultivator's mouth. Ah! That voice broke the bustle and clamor in the surroundings. Everyone turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. When they saw that the cultivator who collected money from the peddlers in the city had his hand broken by a kick, shock and astonishment appeared on their faces. Who are these people? How dare they hit that Tiger Wong? They look unfamiliar. They should be from somewhere else. They even dare to hit the local snake. They are really not afraid of death. Puffed. I think Tiger Wong saw that those two girls were beautiful and wanted to take advantage of them. This time, not only did he not take advantage of them, but he also got his hand broken. This kind of person deserves it. The surrounding people discussed in low voices. Some were worried, some were curious, and some were rejoicing in other people's misfortune. The city lord looked at the person on the ground and frowned. He said to Fengjiu, "Miss Feng, the power in this city is complicated. Let's forget about it and avoid more trouble." "Fine, let's go," Fengjiu said, and did not pay attention to that person. Instead, he walked forward with the city lord. "Want to leave? You broke my hand. Do you think you can still leave?" The man stared at Fengjiu and Du Fan with a ferocious expression. "Why don't you ask around? I'm Tiger Wang. Today, none of you can leave." As he shouted, he released a signal from his hand. With a whoosh, it rang out in the air. Seeing this, Fengjiu's lips curled into a faint smile. The city lord frowned, and his face darkened. He took a step forward and asked, "Which force are you from?" "Old man, why do you care which faction I'm from? I'm someone you can't afford to offend." The cultivator whose hand was broken shouted in a gloomy voice. He reached out to push the city lord away, but he found that no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't make the city lord take even half a step back. He couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. He pointed at the city lord and said, You just wait. Don't run if you have the guts." "How dare you?" the city lord shouted in a deep voice. With a flick of his sleeve, he released his pressure. Immediately, the few of them couldn't even stand under the pressure and fell to their knees. "People like you don't deserve to be a cultivator at all," the city lord said in a deep voice. He raised his hand and was about to destroy their cultivation, but he was stopped by Fengjiu. "For people like them, I'll just destroy them. You don't have to dirty your hands." Fengjiu smiled faintly and glanced at Wang Yu. "Destroy their cultivation?" "Yes," Wang Yu responded, and immediately destroyed their cultivation. Chapter 4263. The forces in the city were complicated, but not many forces dared to destroy someone's cultivation so casually. Who was this woman in red? What's going on? Two teams came quickly. One was the team of guards in the city, and the other was the people who followed the signal. Fengjiu glanced at them and said to Du Fan, "You guys stay here. We'll go first. See you at the city lord's mansion." "Yes," Du Fan and the others answered. "Why don't I say a few words? Otherwise." The city lord was worried that they would be at a disadvantage because they had fewer people, so he couldn't help but stop. Fengjiu smiled and said, "Don't worry. I don't think anyone in the city is a match for Du Fan and Long Xuan." Originally, it was enough to leave Du Fan and Wang Yu, but she wanted them to deal with things as soon as possible, so she let Long Xuan and Yi Feifei stay. With their strength, she didn't worry about anything happening to them. Just as she was thinking, she saw that the little fox had disappeared after entering the city. She didn't know where it went, so she called, "Little fox?" Not long after, the snow-white little fox rushed out of the crowd and jumped directly into Fengjiu's arms, squeaking twice. "Don't run around," Fengjiu said, gently stroking its head and stroking its fur. The city lord glanced at the little fox in Fengjiu's arms and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Feng, what's the rank of your fox?" Fengjiu looked down at the little fox in his arms and smiled. "It's just a wild fox." Seeing this, the city lord didn't ask any more questions. If it was just a wild fox, it wouldn't have the ability to make a group of fierce beasts tremble and leave on their knees. However, even a nascent soul cultivator like him couldn't tell what rank it was. It was really embarrassing. The two of them went to the city lord's mansion. At the same time, 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators were sitting in the hall and chatting. They were all familiar with each other and had dealings with each other. It was just that it was rare for so many people to gather together, so they chatted and joked with each other. "Ha ha ha, Brother Pingji, I heard that you took in another beautiful concubine last month. You're really lucky with women." "Ah, Brother Lei, you know that I've always been fond of beauties. There are only a few things I want in life. Now that we have such cultivation, why should we make things difficult for ourselves?" A middle-aged man with a radiant face smiled and said with a radiant smile, "People should treat themselves better." As he spoke, he paused and glanced at him. "I remember that you're all alone right now. Why don't I send you a few beauties later?" Ha ha ha. When the 7 or 8 people in the hall heard this, they all raised their heads and laughed. The cultivator surnamed Lei shook his head and smiled helplessly. I appreciate Brother Pingji's good intentions, but I'm not interested in beauties. He had so many great-grandchildren under him. Why would he care about beauties? For people like them who had reached this level of cultivation, if they didn't like beauties, they would generally pay more attention to cultivation. With his status as an ancestor in the family, if he wanted any beauties, wouldn't it be just a matter of words? Chapter 4264. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. One of them said, he only told us that he would bring a few friends with him. He didn't say anything else. However, I think that since Old Man Gu is a calm person, the people he brought shouldn't be too bad. They might even lend us a hand. Yes, I think so too. The other person nodded and said, by the way, haven't they arrived yet? Everyone looked at each other and looked at the city lord who was sitting in the main seat. Brother Jiang, did they say when they would arrive? City Lord Jiang stroked his beard and smiled. 2 days ago, I heard from Old Gu that they would arrive today. Even if they haven't entered the city yet, they shouldn't be too far away. Hearing this, everyone nodded. That's good. Just as they were talking, the housekeeper hurried over and reported, City Lord Gu is here. Oh, City Lord Jiang chuckled and said to everyone, look, they're already here. Come in, come in. Outside, City Lord Gu and Fengjiu walked towards the main hall together. Before they entered, they could hear the laughter in the hall. The two of them walked in, and the City Lord cupped his hands and smiled at everyone. Everyone, I'm late. Sorry for making you wait. However, everyone's eyes were attracted to Fengjiu, who was dressed in red and holding a little white fox. These nascent soul cultivators had seen their fair share of beauties, but they had never seen someone as beautiful as the one in front of them. Her beauty was breathtaking and dazzling. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. Among them, the nascent soul cultivator named Pingji was the most shocked. Everyone saw that she was dressed in red and dazzling. They couldn't find a better word to describe her beautiful face. They only knew that as she walked in, the entire hall was lit up. Her expression was indifferent. Her clear eyes were indifferent, and there was a faint smile on her lips. Her expression was lazy and casual. She held a snow-white little fox in her arms and stood there quietly, showing off what it meant to be peerless in a generation. Looking at her, everyone in the hall couldn't help but stand up. This was because there was an aura of nobility emanating from her body. It was a mysterious and unfathomable aura that made others not dare to put on airs in front of her. Old Gu, this is. Everyone looked at Lord Gu, wanting him to introduce them. This is the friend I told you about. Her surname is Feng, and I call her Miss Feng. Gu Cheng smiled and said, there are still a few people who were delayed by some matters. They will arrive later. City Lord Gu could understand everyone's stunned expressions. After all, when he first met her, he was also like them. However, he believed that these old friends of his would be able to tell that Miss Feng wasn't simple. Thus, there was no need for him to say anything. So it's Miss Feng. The middle-aged cultivator named Pingji smiled and cupped his hands. Miss Feng, I'm Yuan Pingji. Fengjiu nodded slightly and smiled back. Let me introduce you. Lord Gu smiled and said to Fengjiu, this is the city lord of Infinite City, Jiang Honglin. This is Lei Yao, and this is Chapter 4265. No, come, have a seat. Yuan Pingji smiled and extended his hand to invite her to sit. He said, this Qilin Mountain is extremely dangerous. Why would Miss Feng want to go there? When Old Gu introduced her, he only said that her surname was Feng and did not even mention her name. Everyone present was smart and knew that she did not want people to ask too much. Hence, they did not ask anything else and only asked about her purpose. Fengjiu was led by Gu Cheng to a seat and sat down. He then said, I heard that there's an ancient Qilin beast in the Qilin Mountain. I also want to see it. I heard from Gu Cheng that everyone will be going to the Qilin Mountain, so I asked him to bring us along. Us? An old man stroked his beard. Then, as if he remembered something, he smiled and said, oh, right. I just heard from Old Gu that there's still a few people who have not arrived and were delayed on the way. May I know who those people are? Fengjiu smiled and said, they're the people around me. Hearing this, Everyone looked at each other. They wanted to say something, but did not. If they brought Miss Feng alone, it would not be a problem. After all, she did not look weak. However, if they brought the people around her, would they not have to take care of them? This would slow down their journey and would not be of any help to their trip. They wanted to refuse, but felt that it was not good. Hence, they suppressed their thoughts and thought that they would discuss it later or see how strong those people were. A few of them chatted in the hall. They drank tea and talked about the plan. After a long time, just as they were about to disperse and rest, they heard the housekeeper report. "Governor, the other guests have arrived." Because of the previous instructions, the housekeeper brought Du Fan and the others in when they arrived. "Oh, they are here? Then invite them in," the governor said. He did not know what kind of people they were, so he did not lack the necessary etiquette. Du Fan and the others walked in. They bowed to Feng Jiao and called out, "Master." Then, they looked at the others in the hall and sized them up quietly. When they came in, everyone in the hall was also sizing them up. They thought that they would be from Miss Feng's family, but they did not expect to hear them call Feng Jiao master. This made them even more surprised, because these people were excellent in appearance and bearing. No one would doubt that they were from aristocratic families. Moreover, their cultivation did not seem weak, but they called Miss Feng master. This made them secretly wonder, where did Miss Feng come from? Why were all the people around her so outstanding? This is City Lord Jiang of Infinite City. The others are the nascent soul cultivators who came with us this time, Feng Jiao introduced briefly. Seeing this, Du Fan and the others cupped their hands and bowed slightly. "Greetings, everyone." The nascent soul realm cultivators nodded slightly in acknowledgement. They did not get up and did not pay too much attention to them. In their opinion, they might not be weak, but they were only stronger than them. In addition, they were the elders of their families. Naturally, they did not need to be too courteous to these juniors. Chapter 4266. Feng Jiao and the others left with the housekeeper. Just as Gu Chang was about to follow, he was pulled back by someone. He turned around and saw them giving him a look. He then looked at Feng Jiao and the others. Seeing that they were already far away, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" The corners of their mouths twitched. They glanced at him speechlessly and said, "You're planning to leave just like that? Shouldn't you have a good talk with us?" Gu Cheng was startled. He smiled and said, "What else do you want to say? I've already said what I wanted to say." Ruan Pingji pulled him to the side and sat down. He said, Come. Tell us, where did you get to know Miss Feng? Where is she from? Why did you only say her surname is Feng and didn't even say her name? What's your relationship with her? Also, you..." Hearing his endless questions, Gu Cheng was speechless. He interrupted him and said, "That's enough." He looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Pingji, I'm warning you. Don't put your thoughts on Miss Feng. She's not someone you and I can provoke. Don't even provoke the people around her, let alone her." Hearing this, everyone was startled. It was rare to see him so serious. For a moment, even Ruan Pingji quieted down and thought carefully about his words. City Lord Jiang then said, "Old Gu, don't worry. Pingji knows what to do. However, what's Miss Feng's background? Shouldn't you at least tell us a little bit?" "That's right. You suddenly said that you were going to bring a few friends over. We thought that you were going to meet some nascent soul cultivators, but we didn't expect them to be so young. You should at least tell us a little bit about them, so we can know where they came from." Another person spoke up, his gaze landing on Lord Gu. Seeing that they were all looking at him, wanting to know about Feng Jiao and the others from him, City Lord Gu couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "If I knew, I wouldn't hide it from you. The problem is, I really don't know what you're asking. I don't know which family she's from, nor do I know where she came from. I also don't know what her name is. I only know that they're not from our world, and they're very strong. I really don't know anything else. Cultivators from other worlds." City Lord Jiang was slightly startled. "How do they come here? Can we communicate with other worlds here?" "That's impossible." "That's right. Cultivators from other worlds can't come here, right? If it was possible, we would have gone to other worlds to take a look. Why do we stay here all the time?" Another person also spoke. An old man who hadn't spoken all this time pondered and said, "Could it be that they have some kind of teleportation treasure on them?" All right, don't make wild guesses. They came here by accident. As for the rest, don't ask or talk about it. If they don't want to talk about it, don't ask either. Just remember my words and don't provoke them." As City Lord Gu spoke, he stood up and prepared to walk out. However, when he stepped out of the door, he stopped and looked back at City Lord Jiang. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Chapter 4267. Hearing his words, Lord Gu Chang said, "Send someone to the city to inquire about it." As he spoke, he didn't say anything else and walked out. Inquire about it? Inquire about what? The people in the hall looked at each other, not knowing what he meant. Lord Jiang paused for a moment, then called someone in. After giving some instructions, he said to several people, "You go and have a rest first." Seeing that there was nothing else to do, everyone nodded and walked out. They only said, "If you find out anything, remember to let us know." On the other side, after Fengjiu and others came to the place to rest and waited for the housekeeper to leave, Du Fan told Fengjiu about the matter. That Wang Laohu is a member of an underground force in the city. That team didn't want to settle the matter peacefully, so we beat them at their own game and let them take him to the place of the underground force. This force mostly relies on strength to do evil. Many forces in the city don't dare to confront them head-on because this force is a nascent soul stage ancestor. So after we found the underground force and saw that they didn't intend to stop, we abolished the strength and cultivation of the nascent soul stage ancestor. Now, the strongest person in this force is only a practitioner at the peak of the gold core stage, which is not enough to run rampant in the city. Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. Well, as long as the matter is handled well. Then, she glanced at Wang Yu and said, "You can leave now." "Yes." Wang Yu responded and then left. He knew that, after all, he was not her subordinate, and there were many things that she avoided him. Fengjiu motioned Du Fan and others to sit down, and then asked, "What did you find about the book I asked you to check?" She asked while playing with the soft snow-white fur of the little fox lying on her lap. "I was thinking of finding a time to report this matter to the master." Du Fan smiled and said, "I did manage to obtain some information from the ancient city lord's treasure trove. According to the records, there is indeed a Qilin beast in the Qilin mountain. It is the contracted beast of the sovereign of this world. It is not much different from what the ancient city lord said. It's just that the battle between the two monarchs has been erased. I don't know who the other monarch is. I searched through the ancient books, but couldn't find any relevant information. However, there's a poem that I think might be the hiding place of the ancient Qilin. Moreover, it seems that Master is destined to come here." "Oh, what poem?" Fengjiu asked curiously. "It was written by a cultivator who was proficient in divination. There was a poem recorded in the broken ancient book. The ancient Qilin beast dwelled in a lava cave and slept for 10,000 years. There will be a time when it will awaken. And at the end of this 5-character poem, there are a few words. Strange stars move, Phoenix Lord appears." Hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. The world is really full of strange things. Moreover, the ability is not human. Separated by heaven and earth, who knew that she would appear at this time? Moreover, she encountered the ancient Qilin beast here. It could only be said that the person who could predict the destiny was too powerful. Du Fan nodded and said, "It's just that I didn't see the lava cave in the Qilin mountain on the map, and I asked the ancient city lord. He didn't seem to have seen the poem and the words I read. Moreover, he said that there was no lava cave in the Qilin mountain." Chapter 4268. Fengjiu smiled and said, "Wait until we reach the Qilin mountain to look for this magma land. We'll find it eventually. But what's up with the Nightless Club, son? Did you find any clues about it? The records in the ancient books are the same as what the ancient city lord said. There's no difference, and there's no way to break it." Du Fan said. Hearing this, Fengjiu pondered slightly. "So if it's like this, then it's not easy to do." "Master, why is it not easy? You're not the lord of heaven and earth, right? You should have the ability to do it." Yi Feifei said. In her opinion, her master was omnipotent. "It's not that easy. If I don't find the problem, I can't do anything." Fengjiu sighed softly. She held her chin with one hand and looked at Du Fan. Her eyes flashed and said, "However, if I become the lord of heaven and earth, maybe I can break the curse of the other lords." Seeing her staring at him, Du Fan was startled and said, "Master, you don't want me to take over here, do you?" Feng Jiu smiled. "Although this place is not as prosperous as other places, if the curse is broken, everything in this world will be restored. With your strength, it's more than enough to be the Lord of heaven and earth. Don't you want to think about it?" Du Fan shook his head and smiled helplessly. "Master, let me go. I don't want to be the Lord of heaven and earth. I'm just thinking that Lung Hua will be your housekeeper, and I'll be your Lord of heaven and earth. As for other things, I'm not very interested." He didn't want to be the Lord of heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would have had the chance long ago. In his opinion, being the Lord of heaven and earth was better than anything else. Worried that his master would have ideas about him again, he smiled and said, "Master, if you really don't want to take over, then when we go back in the future, one of Luo Yu and the others can take over. Besides Qi Kong, there are 7 other people who can take over." "All right, we'll talk about this later. You guys go and rest." Feng Jiu stood up with a smile and walked towards one of the rooms. The 3 people looked at each other and went to rest. Even though the city was big, it was easy to find out if something big had happened. Thus, when City Lord Jiang found out about what had happened outside, he understood why Lord Gucheng had asked him to gather information. After receiving the news, he went to Gu City Lord's room. They sat and drank tea and chatted. The people I sent came back. In addition to Wang Hu and the others, their cultivation, the cultivation of the ancestor of the underground force, the cultivation of the nascent soul stage ancestor of the ancestor of heaven and earth was abolished. Not only I got the news, but also the cultivation of a nascent soul ancestor, the ancestor of ancestor with the master with Lord. When he heard that the cultivation of the nascent soul stage ancestor of the underground force had been crippled by Du Fan, City Lord Gu's face was also filled with astonishment. His cultivation was actually crippled? How can he be so powerful to be able to go to that underground force, cripple the cultivation of the old ancestor, and then leave unscathed? Their strength and cultivation must be really strong. City Lord Jiang sighed with emotion. He was a little glad that he hadn't mishandled the situation. Chapter 42-69. They rested in the City Lord's mansion for a day. After preparing everything they needed, they set off on their flying swords towards the Qilin Mountain. A few days later, they stopped in front of a dense forest. At this time, the 7 or 8 nascent soul stage cultivators were a little tired because of the long journey. When they looked at Feng Jiu and the others, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Except for Yi Fei and Wang Yu, who looked a little tired, the other 3 still looked the same and didn't even sweat much. Moreover, after so many days, the 3 of them looked as if the sun couldn't reach them. Their skin was still the same, and there was no trace of sunburn or tanning. The Lord of Goose City was fine. He had seen how extraordinary they were and wasn't too surprised. Therefore, he looked at Feng Jiu and said, "Miss Feng, after passing through the dense forest in front of us, we will reach the Qilin Mountain." "Yes." Feng Jiu responded and glanced at them. "The dense forest in front of us is cooler. Why don't we rest there for a while?" "I have the same idea." The nascent soul stage cultivator, surnamed Lei, said, "Let's go ahead and drink some water. We will reach the Qilin Mountains soon. There's no hurry." Therefore, they went to the dense forest and found a place to rest. Sitting down under the tree, Feng Jiu looked at the people drinking water and asked, "Where do you plan to start looking?" Sitting opposite her, Wan Pingji saw her words and said, "The Qilin mountain range is connected by mountains. We have searched the mountain range in front of us a few years ago. This time, we plan to go deeper into the forest to search." Hearing this, Feng Jiu nodded and asked, "Is there any place in the Qilin mountain with magma?" "Magma? No, right? This place is a chain of mountains. How can there be a magma field?" Everyone looked at each other in dismay, a little surprised. Seeing this, Feng Jiu didn't say anything more. She just took out water from a space and drank it while thinking. If there was magma, there wouldn't be any grass growing. It shouldn't be difficult to find it. At that moment, she said, "Du Fan, take out the map." Du Fan stepped forward and took out the map from the space. He spread it out in front of her and said, "Master, do you want me, and Lung Shuang to take them to search separately. Let me look at the terrain here first, Feng Jiu said, looking carefully at the map. After finding their current location, she spread out to check the surroundings. Have you been to this mountain? Feng Jiu's asked Elder Gu. Elder Gu took a look and shook his head. Then he asked Feng Jiu, It's not special at all. I think we'll know after seeing it. That's a bare mountain. There's nothing to see there. There's not even a place to hide. The ancient Qilin won't be there. One of them said, and pointed in another direction. We plan to go there. The forest there is lush. If there's a Qilin beast, it should be hiding there. Seeing this, Feng Jiu said, If that's the case, let's split into two. You go there and look, and we'll go here. If we don't find anything, we'll go to your side. It shouldn't take too much time. Chapter 4270. Hearing this, Feng Jiu could not help but smile. No need, just a few of us are enough. You guys go ahead first. If we don't find anything, we will follow. But Ruan Pingji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gu Cheng. All right, then you guys be careful. You know our direction. If you don't find anything there, come here to find us. All right then, you guys be careful. There are many ferocious beasts in this forest. If you encounter any danger, you can send us a signal. Ruan Pingji instructed. From his point of view, they were all young people and probably did not have much experience in such a place. Their adaptability was not as strong as theirs. All right, Feng Jiu replied with a smile, looking at Du Fan and the rest. Let's go. We'll go take a look first. Yes, they replied and stood up. Then we'll go first. If we don't find anything, we'll meet again. Feng Jiu nodded at Gu Cheng and the rest. Be careful, Gu Cheng said, watching them leave before sitting down again. Seeing them leave, Ruan Pingji seemed to have thought of something, slapping his forehead. This elder Jiang said he was going to find some information, but in the end, he did not tell us anything. Old Gu, what did you mean by what you said that day? What did you ask Elder Jiang to find out? Gu Cheng's eyes flashed, looking at them. You guys don't know? We don't know. Everyone shook their heads, waiting for him to continue, who knew that he would say, If you don't know, then forget it, there's nothing to say. Instantly, everyone felt their breath being hung up, stuck in their throats, neither going up nor down. It was very uncomfortable. On the other side, Feng Jiu and the rest left for the mountain peak. On the way, Du Fan asked, Master, do you think that the ancient Qilin beast is at that mountain peak? On the map, the surrounding mountains more or less have trees. Only that mountain peak does not have a single blade of grass. Maybe it's because of the different geology, or maybe it's because there's magma underground. As for whether the ancient Qilin beast is there, we have to go take a look to know. Feng Jiu said slowly. His footsteps were extremely fast, and the few people behind him followed closely. After the few of them passed through the forest, they went over 3 more mountains before they saw the barren mountain peak. They stood on their flying swords and looked down from above. The surrounding mountains were intertwined with one another, and in the middle there was a barren mountain peak. Not only was there no grass growing on the mountain peak, even a large area around the foot of the mountain was barren. Let's go down and take a look, Feng Jiu said as he descended from the sky. With a tap of his foot, he withdrew the flying feather and landed on the mountain peak. Standing on the peak, he could feel the heat emitted from below. Obviously, this place was hotter than other places. Even the soil was faintly emitting heat. There was not even a single ferocious beast in sight. This kind of place is naturally barren. If I'm not wrong, the magma should be at the foot of this mountain peak, underground, and the ancient Qilin beast should also be hiding here. Feng Jiu said as he stared at the place below his feet. The ancient Qilin beast was here. Chapter 4271. Feng Jiu looked down and asked, Du Fan, what do you think is different about the surrounding terrain? Du Fan was startled and looked down. He took a serious look and was stunned. This place uses the surrounding mountains as a formation to trap the bald mountain in the middle. If we didn't look down from above, we wouldn't be able to see that there is a strange formation here. The formation below should be a trapping formation, but it's much more complicated than a normal trapping formation. As he spoke, he looked at Feng Jiu. With my cultivation in formations, I won't be able to break this formation in a short time. However, If you give me some time, I should be able to break it. Feng Jiu nodded. That's right. There is indeed a strange trapping formation here to seal the ancient Chilean beast. However, with the surrounding mountains and trees, it's hard to tell. Her gaze swept downwards, and she caught a glimpse of the little fox that was wandering about, looking around, and then looked up again. Seeing this, she smiled and said to the people beside her, I'll break this formation. You guys guard the surrounding areas, but be careful. Remember that this is a land of magma. I'm guessing that the ancient Chilean beast is sleeping here. If the seal is broken and it wakes up, it will probably stir. If it does, the magma underground will definitely gush out. When that happens, you have to prevent the ancient Chilean beast from escaping. You also have to avoid being injured by the magma. Hearing her words, everyone immediately replied, Yes, we understand. They were about to head down when they heard the rumbling sounds of battle from a distance. They looked back in surprise and saw that there was an extremely strong airflow in the distance. It seemed that the commotion was not small. Master, that direction seems to be where Gu Cheng and the others are. Du Fan said as his gaze fell on the distance. They were standing in the air a few mountains away and could see the airflow in the distance. It seemed that there was a fierce battle over there. Master, should we go take a look? Lung Shuang asked. Feng Jiu looked down at the mountain peak, then looked into the distance and said, Let's go. Let's see what happened to them. I'll go first. You guys follow me. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot off into the distance like a bolt of lightning. When Du Fan and Lung Shuang saw this, they followed suit. However, it was still quite a distance away after all. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to reach there in a short time. At the same time, a group of black-robed demonic cultivators surrounded the 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators. These black-robed demonic cultivators were all at least at the nascent soul stage. Lord Gu and company were not their match at all. They resisted with all their might. In the air, the sword energy whizzed past. The sharp sword energy cut down the surrounding trees. The sound of the sword energy striking the ground could be heard from time to time. Gu Cheng and the others were wearing light-colored robes. At this moment, blood stained their robes. It was a ghastly sight. Under the attacks of the demonic cultivators, they were greatly alarmed. They stood back to back against the enemy. Chapter 42-72. How is it? Are you still unwilling to surrender to us? If you don't surrender to us, then what awaits you is only death. Lord Gu and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They clenched the swords in their hands and stared at the leader. Good and evil cannot coexist. We are righteous cultivators. How can we wallow in the mire with you demonic cultivators? That's right. Cultivator Lei shouted in a deep voice and stared at them sternly. We don't know where you came from, but it's impossible for us to surrender to your demon lord. Ruan Pingji stared at the demonic cultivator and shouted, Demonic cultivators rarely appear in our Nightless Club. Where did you all come from? What are your intentions for trying to win us over? Huh, you frogs at the bottom of a well. How could you have heard of the Black Lotus Demon, Lord's Prestige? Now, my lord wants to expand and has taken a fancy to this inconspicuous Nightless Club. That's your honor. Since you refuse to obey my kind words, I can only kill all of you. The demonic cultivator's voice fell. He raised his hand and stared at Lord Gu and the others. Leave no one alive. Yes. As soon as the voice of the demonic cultivator fell, the surrounding 20 demonic cultivators immediately rushed forward and attacked the few people in the middle with cold sword chi. The spiritual aura on their bodies carried the unique black fog of demonic cultivators. The sword chi swept and the airflow surged. The black fog also fluctuated in the air and surged upward. Feng Jiu came from afar. When he saw the black fog in the distance, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Demonic cultivators? This place could be said to be an extremely remote place where birds don't lay eggs. It was only day all year round and no night. The spiritual power was lacking. The cultivators here didn't have high cultivation, and demonic cultivators were even rarer. He didn't expect to see demonic cultivators with strength above the nascent soul stage. It seemed that they came from other places. Perhaps they didn't expect that there would be people here, or they didn't expect that someone would dare to come here. Those demonic cultivators' attention was on Lord Gu and the others. Therefore, they didn't notice Feng Jiu coming from afar. I can't hold on any longer. A nascent soul cultivator gasped for breath. His face was pale, and his footsteps were messy. He swung his sword to block the attack of a demonic cultivator, but he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees, using the sword in his hand to support himself. There were several wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. He had lost too much blood, and his physical strength couldn't hold on any longer. In addition, the demonic cultivators were closing in on him step by step, each of their attacks taking his life. If the other party's strength was on par with theirs, then it would be fine. But as it happened, there were some among them whose strength was above theirs even if they were at the nascent soul stage. This made it so that they had no chance of winning at all. Even if they gave it their all, it would be difficult for them to survive. Unless you want to die here. Otherwise, you have to hold on even if you can't hold on. Yuan Pingji swung his sword at a demonic cultivator, protecting his old friend who was half kneeling on the ground. Lord Gu fought against two demonic cultivators by himself. Almost every time they exchanged blows, there would be an additional wound on his body. He also retreated step by step, and his speed gradually slowed down. When he saw a sharp sword piercing towards his throat, a powerful pressure suppressed him. At that moment, he couldn't even react to block it. He could only watch as the sharp sword pierced towards him and watched as he fell into a desperate situation. Chapter 4273. Bang! He fell backwards and landed on the ground with a bang. The surrounding demonic cultivators were so shocked that they stopped what they were doing and looked around cautiously. It was only then that they noticed a red figure standing in midair not too far away. To Lord Gu Chung, this narrow escape from death touched his heart greatly, especially when he saw the red figure standing on top of the flying feather. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Just a moment ago, he thought that he was going to die without a doubt. In the next moment, the demonic cultivator who wanted to kill him died in front of him. This reversal made him take a deep breath and suppress the fluctuating emotions in his heart. The other nascent soul cultivators widened their eyes. They didn't think that Lady Feng would dare to come here alone. Immediately, Yuan Pingji shouted, "Lady Feng, quickly leave. You're not their match." The corners of Feng Jiu's lips curled up slightly, and she smiled faintly. Her gaze swept across Lord Gu Chung and the others below. Her gaze turned and swept past the demonic cultivators. She sneered. "I was wondering who it was. So it's demonic cultivators. However, what are you demonic cultivators doing here?" Her voice was languid and carried a hint of carelessness. That last sound of hers was filled with a dangerous aura, causing people to involuntarily shiver. When the demonic cultivator in the lead saw Feng Jiu, his eyes widened in fear, and he quickly retreated as if he had seen a venomous snake or a ferocious beast. He was aghast. Feng Jiu, slap! A gust of wind shot out from her palm and slapped the demonic cultivator's face, sending him flying. At the same time, a lazy and cold voice came out from her mouth. "Is my name something you can call out directly?" Her aura filled the sky, and her aura was mighty without being angry. She stood there quietly, but it was enough to shock everyone, causing the demonic cultivators to be overwhelmed with shock and fear. Lord Gu Chung, Yuan Pingji, and the others looked at her in shock. They didn't expect her to be able to instantly kill a demonic cultivator who was stronger than them. They also didn't expect the demonic cultivator in the lead to be unable to retaliate in front of her. Furthermore, he recognized her. Feng Jiu? Was Miss Feng's name Feng Jiu? What was so special about this name? Why were these devil cultivators so terrified? The demonic cultivator who was hit by the palm wind wanted to stand up. However, before he could stand up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pooh! He looked in horror at the red figure that was slowly descending from the sky. He could not believe that he would meet the ghost, Dr. Feng Jiu, in such a remote place. Wasn't she nowhere to be found? Hadn't she been silent for a long time? Why would he appear here? What was she doing here? Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. However, very quickly, his face turned pale. This was because he saw her descending from the sky and walking towards him step by step. Speak. What are you doing here? Fengjiu's clear eyes narrowed as a powerful pressure enveloped the body of the devil cultivator in the lead. We're going to die anyway. Rather than being killed by you, I'd rather end my own life. The leader of the demonic cultivators said. He was so frightened by Fengjiu that his face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and clapped his hands towards the top of his head. Chapter 4274. Let's fight it out with her. One of the demonic cultivators saw that she was glaring at them and immediately pounced forward, attacking Fengjiu. You overestimate yourself. Fengjiu snorted coldly. With a flick of her sleeve, a strong gust of air rushed out and slashed across their throats like a sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, the 10 demonic cultivators who pounced forward all died in front of her. We were only following orders. Seeing this, one of the demonic cultivators knelt down with weak legs. Among them, some did not know about the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, but he knew. Once they fell into her hands, he knew that they had no chance of survival. Following orders from the Devil Master, Fengjiu raised her brows and said, Where is his hiding place now? Tell me clearly, and I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I have ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Fear flashed across the demonic cultivator's eyes, and he said in a trembling voice, his hiding place. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he saw a gust of air explode with a bang, instantly blowing the demonic cultivator into pieces and killing him without a complete corpse. Seeing this, Fengjiu narrowed her eyes. She had actually used a blood curse. Seeing this, the other demonic cultivators were shocked. Without waiting for Fengjiu to react, they raised their hands and slapped the top of their heads. Rather than dying without a complete corpse, they would rather end their own lives. In an instant, screams and groans were heard. One by one, the demonic cultivators in black stiffened and fell to the ground, ending their lives. They would never have thought that this mission, which they thought would be easy to complete, would become difficult because of Fengjiu's appearance. They also did not expect that this would be their burial ground. Gu Cheng and the other nascent soul cultivators stared blankly at the scene in front of them. No one could react. What was going on? Why did these demonic cultivators, who had almost taken their lives, end their own lives the moment she appeared? Du Fan and the rest came one after another. When they saw the dead demonic cultivators on the ground, they were slightly surprised. Who would have thought that it would be demonic cultivators causing trouble here? Lord Gu, you have injuries on your bodies. Treat them first, Fengjiu said as he withdrew his aura and looked at Lord Gu and the others. Only then did they come back to their senses. They looked at each other, then cupped their hands and bowed respectfully to Fengjiu. Thank you for saving our lives, Miss Feng. If she hadn't come, they would probably have died here. It's nothing. Don't take it to heart, Fengjiu said as he looked at Du Fan and the others. Check if there are any clues on them. Yes, Du Fan and the others responded and went forward to collect the devil cultivator's belongings, carefully inspecting them. Lord Gu and the others helped each other to the side and sat down. They wanted to treat their wounds first, but they found that their injuries were quite severe. Some of the wounds caused them to break out in cold sweat when they moved slightly. Yi Feifei saw that they were heavily injured and said to Fengjiu, Master, let me help them clean their wounds. Go. Fengjiu nodded. Hence, Yi Feifei quickly walked forward and said, Let me help you. Thank you, Mississippi, the few of them hurriedly said. Fengjiu looked at the corpses on the ground and pondered. A few years ago, the Black Lotus of Destruction fell into the hands of the Devil Master. A few years later, who knew how powerful the Devil Master was now? Chapter 4275. As for the Black Lotus of Destruction, she had to think of a way to purify and subdue it. Otherwise, if it fell into the hands of evil demons, it would only harm the world. Perhaps the smell of blood had spread with the wind and attracted some ferocious beasts. Several ferocious beasts let out ferocious roars as they stared at Fengjiu and the others. Fengjiu glanced at them and released his ancient aura. Those ferocious beasts could not help but howl as they retreated step by step. Seeing this scene, Yuan Pingji and the others did not show any strange expressions on their faces. However, they were extremely shocked and could not help but look at Fengjiu and Red. Fengjiu walked towards them. Seeing that they were all heavily injured, he said, "You'd better go back first with your injuries. Otherwise, something might happen here." Hearing this, they looked at each other but did not say anything. Gu Chang said, "Miss Feng, those demonic cultivators earlier said that they wanted us to submit to their Black Lotus Demon Lord. It seems that the Black Lotus Demon Lord wants this land. Furthermore, I feel that since there are demonic cultivators eyeing us, there might be demonic cultivators from other places looking for them." Fengjiu nodded and said, "I know. After you go back, tell your subordinates to pay more attention to the movements of the other factions. Also, investigate if there are any demonic cultivators." "Okay," they responded. Seeing that they were heavily injured and could not stay, they said, "Then we'll go back first. We'll wait for Miss Feng at City Lord Zhang's place." Fengjiu responded and watched them leave while supporting each other. Then, he turned to Du Fan and the others and said, "Let's go." Du Fan and the others glanced at the departing people before following Fengjiu into the air and flew towards the Bald Mountain. Perhaps sensing their departure, Yuan Pingji and the others could not help but stop in their tracks. They looked at those figures and muttered, "I wonder who they are?" At first, they thought that he was just a descendant of an aristocratic family. However, from the looks of it now, he was probably a high and mighty figure that they had to look up to on the other side. Fengjiu and the rest once again arrived at the Bald Mountain. The little fox was scurrying around at the foot of the mountain. When it saw Fengjiu and the rest return, it squeaked twice. Fengjiu estimated that lava would spurt out if he wanted to break the formation here. Therefore, he flicked his sleeve and put it into the space, letting it stay there. "Spread out." Fengjiu looked at them and ordered them to spread out in different directions. Du Fan and the others followed his orders and spread out, each taking a position to guard the area. They were only waiting for the moment the formation was activated so that they could lend their master a helping hand. Fengjiu stood in the air, her hands forming a complicated seal in front of her. Following the surge of spiritual energy from her body and the activation of the formation, a patch of dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Lightning refracted from the dark clouds with a cracking sound, and a sudden clap of thunder boomed above her head. She glanced at it, but did not stop her hands. Instead, she chanted softly and sped up the formation of the formation. However, at this moment, a sharp cry came from above her head. In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt struck towards her from the clouds above. "Master, be careful!" Du Fan and the others below cried out in alarm. Just as they were about to leap into the air, they heard Fengjiu's voice, "Stand there and don't move." Hearing her words, they did not move and only looked at the purple figure that suddenly flapped its wings and flew out from the dark clouds. Chapter 4276. A sharp cry came out along with the giant eagle's cry, and a powerful wind blade with the unique pressure of a divine beast attacked Fengjiu below. It was as fast as a gust of wind. Purple lightning eagle? A divine beast? Fengjiu raised her eyebrows slightly, and a touch of surprise flashed through her eyes. She didn't expect such a thing to be hidden in this place. Purple lightning eagles were rare, and lightning eagles were even rarer, not to mention a divine beast. Looking at the purple lightning eagle that flapped its wings and flew out from the dark clouds, she smiled. This divine beast came to me on its own accord. As soon as her voice fell, she turned her hands, and the array that had just been condensed dissipated in her palms. Then, she turned her palms and condensed a stream of air to attack the majestic purple lightning eagle that was pouncing over. Not to mention her, even Du Fan and Lung Shuang had been restraining their auras and concealing their strength and cultivation. Now that they had met someone who thought they were easy to bully, they had delivered themselves to their doorstep. If she didn't release the ancient pressure, she was just like an ordinary cultivator. It was no wonder that the lightning eagle dared to attack her so boldly. If it knew that she had the ancient pressure to suppress divine beasts, the lightning eagle probably wouldn't have pounced on her so ferociously. The lightning vulture's powerful wings flapped with wind blades. It was at that moment that the lightning vulture reached out its claws to grab Fengjiu. However, it was sent flying by the airflow condensed in her palms. The vulture's body tumbled backward a few times before crashing to the ground. Bang! The moment it fell to the ground, the lightning eagle lay on the ground. It propped up its head in horror and looked at the red-clothed human who was coming toward it. Ancient pressure! Almost the moment the voice fell, its first reaction was to escape, especially when it saw the red figure rushing over. It quickly flapped its wings, flew up, and fled into the distance. Want to escape? Fengjiu's lips curled up. Since you're here, don't even think about escaping. As soon as her voice fell, she flicked her sleeves and chased after it. Seeing this, Du Fan and the others couldn't help but look at each other. Wang Yu said, "How can there be a divine beast-level lightning eagle in this place? This kind of eagle is very rare. It's not like there's nothing in a remote place." Du Fan smiled and looked at the distant sky where a man and an eagle were fighting. Bolts of lightning struck towards their master, but were easily dodged by their master. Looking at the lightning eagle fleeing in all directions in fear, he laughed softly and shook his head. This lightning eagle won't be able to escape. A rare creature like this was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Since he had encountered it, he naturally wouldn't allow it to leave. That lightning eagle seems to be guarding this place. As Long Shuang spoke, he looked at the dark clouds in the sky. It should be said that it's guarding this formation. Yes, that's possible. Du Fan nodded and said, "Just now, it was Master who activated the array that caused the lightning eagle to appear." Yi Feifei looked into the distance in amazement and said, "I see that purple eagle is flying so fast. Can Master catch it?" Chapter 4277. Fengjiu did not directly use her aura to suppress it. Instead, she wanted to tame it. Only by taming it would it willingly submit and obediently restrain its temper. She had many contracted beasts. Therefore, when she saw this lightning condor, she planned to tame it and make it Feifei's contracted beast. Among the people around her, Feifei's fighting strength was the weakest and its rank was the lowest. In addition, her little spirit mouse was only a treasure-hunting spirit mouse and did not have any fighting strength. If she added this lightning condor, they would complement each other perfectly. That lightning condor was being chased and beaten by her. She clearly had an ancient aura, but she did not suppress it. Instead, she played with it as if she was toying with it. It could not help but flap its wings and fly up angrily. It opened its mouth and angrily asked, "You human, you clearly have an ancient aura, but you don't suppress this king. You also won't let this king leave. What are you trying to do?" Fengjiu chuckled and said, "This king? You still dare to call yourself this king in front of me?" As her voice fell, she flipped her hand and a ball of flame jumped in her palm. "How about I let you have a taste of my natal flame?" With a flick of her palm, the flame flew out and burned the lightning condor's tail. The flame was not big. It was about the size of candle's flame. However, the lightning condor could not dodge and was burned until it screamed. "This fire! Why can't this fire be extinguished? Why can't it be extinguished?" It panicked and used its wings to beat at the flames, but found that its wings could not extinguish the flames. It could only feel the hair on its tail sizzling as it was burned. It could not help but roar in a flustered and exasperated manner. "Human, what are you trying to do? Quickly extinguish this fire. I want you to submit," Fengjiu said. He looked at it and said, "You should know my strength. If you don't submit, then only death awaits you. Don't you already have an ancient divine beast? What else do you want me to do?" The lightning condor roared angrily as it scratched at the flames on its tail. "Who said I want to contract myself?" Fengjiu coldly glanced at it and said, "I just happen to have someone who needs a lightning condor like you. I plan to let her contract you. Put out the fire first." The lightning vulture roared. "Come here," Fengjiu said. The lightning eagle hesitated for a moment before flying towards her. She leaped onto its back, and a gust of wind blew past, extinguishing the flames on its tail. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Feng said as he stood on the purple condor's back and looked ahead. The purple eagle glanced back at her, then flapped its wings and flew forward to the bald mountain. Go to that little girl. Feng pointed in Yi Feifei's direction. The purple eagle glanced at the human standing there and saw that it was a human girl. She was not very strong and was much weaker than the pervert on its back. Wow, master, this purple eagle is so beautiful. Yi Feifei looked at it from a close distance. She saw that the purple eagle's fur was suffused with a purple color. She was not even half as tall as it when she stood in front of it. She could not help but want to reach out and touch its beautiful feathers. Feng smiled and said, I'll let this purple eagle be your contracted beast. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 cries of surprise rang out. What? This human? Chapter 4278. Hearing this, Du Fan and Lung Shuang could not help but look at each other. With their cultivation, they did not need the purple eagle, so it was most suitable for Yi Feifei. Feng glanced at it coldly. Do you think this is cabbage? Do you think you can choose your master? Being glanced at by her, the purple eagle withered. It could not beat her, nor could it escape. What else could it do now? Yi Feifei looked at Feng with bright eyes and looked excited. Master, is this really for me? Really for me? Well, I'll contract it. Its fighting power is not bad, and it's a flying beast, so it's suitable for you. Feng said with a smile, motioning her to contract the lightning eagle. Good. Yi Feifei could not hide her joy. Looking at the big eagle in front of her, she said, Squat down a little. The lightning eagle looked at her listlessly and then lay down. Not far away, Wang Yu looked at this scene and could not help but feel envious. That was a thunder lightning eagle, and it was a mythological beast, but it was given to Yi Feifei. Looking at Yi Feifei forming a seal to contract the purple eagle, he could not help but look at Feng She treated the people under her very well. Not only did she have pills for advancement, when there were suitable contract beasts, she would even capture them for the people under her to contract with. It was a pity that he could not enter her eyes and could not become one of her subordinates. From the beginning of his experience with them, he had seen Yi Feifei's strength advance by leaps and bounds. Now she had added such a powerful combat type, contracted beast. He had to admit that her fighting power was amazing now. Feng watched from aside. After Yi Feifei completed the contract, he looked at the purple eagle and asked, Why are you guarding here? Do you know that there is an ancient mythological beast under here? The purple eagle looked at him and said, Yes, the ancient Qilin has been sleeping in the magma under the ground for tens of thousands of years. I have been guarding here. Who ordered you to stand guard here? Feng asked. That was tens of thousands of years ago. How would I know? I wasn't even born tens of thousands of years ago. Jiao shook his head and ignored Feng Hearing this, Feng eyes flashed. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of him, she rose into the air and told the people below to get ready. As her spiritual power surged, her hands formed a formation, and the wind and clouds in the sky changed. The sky rumbled and was covered by a dark cloud. The Nightless Club, which had never had a cloudy day, had a cloudy sky for the first time. Almost the entire world was shrouded in a stirring dark cloud. The wind suddenly rose and whistled. The anomaly in the sky caused panic among the people in this world. At this moment, no matter where in the Nightless Club, the people here all hid in the house, but they couldn't help but curiously poke their heads out to look at the sky. Look, with those dark clouds. Dark clouds have actually appeared in our Nightless Club. The dark clouds in the sky are terrible. It's like a vortex stirring in the sky. Is something going to happen?